I declare the motion passed.
第二及
The second and third members' motions. These are two motions with no legislative effect. I've accepted the recommendations of the House Committee, that is, the movers of motions each may speak, including reply, for up to 15 minutes, and have another 5 minutes to speak on the amendments. The movers of amendments each may speak for up to 10 minutes, and other members each may speak for up to 7 minutes. I'm obliged to direct any member speaking in excess of the specified time to discontinue. Second member's motion, urging the government to withdraw the curriculum guide of moral and national education subject and requesting the Secretary for Education, Mr. Leung, to step down. Members who wish to speak in the debate on the motion will please press the Request to Speak button. I now call upon Mr. Ip Kin-yuen to speak and move the motion. Mr. Ip Kin-yuen. Mr. Ip Kin-yuen, President, as a newcomer to this council, I'm honored and pleased to be able to urge the first to move the first motion debate in this council as a result of the filibustering last term. The representative from the education sector, Mr. Chairman Kwok, was intending to move this motion on the school's autonomy, and also for the representative in this council representing the education sector, taking over from him. I will attempt to do an even better job than he did for the well-being of the education sector. I will live up to their aspiration and expectation. As I said, I was very honored and I was pleased to be able to move this very first motion debate in this council. But then with regard to the content of this motion debate, definitely that would not be pleasing to the community and the education sector because of the government's blatant ignorance of public opinions by insisting on rolling out the curriculum guide on MNE. That has sparked a series of heated debate and also activities and movements, and that's really very heartbreaking and sad to the community. And the culprit is, of course, the Chief Executive, C.Y. Leung. Earlier on, they proposed that in 2013-14, they're going to introduce an independent subject on moral and national education. The Professional Teachers Union, or the PTU, already raised a strong objection to that because we already had a framework of a civic and moral education, and that already covered the scope of national education. And worldwide, we can see that in different places and countries, they also attach a lot of importance to national education in their own states. But then, invariably, they would not be making it a mandatory subject and insist that that be introduced in secondary and primary school. Let's imagine in Japan, if they are calling it a national education subject, then other countries would definitely feel that they are going to reinstate militarism. And in Singapore, we also understand that it attaches importance to national education, but then they would not be calling their subject national education. And therefore, by naming the subject moral and national education, inevitably that would give people the impression that it's a very biased subject, and it's not going to help students it's not going to help students widen their horizon. So why does the administration insist on introducing this MNE subject? Why do they have to change the name of the subject? Why is it that they are trying to make it a mandatory subject for raw secondary and primary schools? This fully reflects that they are trying to impose their will on schools, and they are also undermining the autonomy of schools and education. President, I have to reiterate that Hong Kong students should be given national education. Well, understanding China and be concerned about China, who would say no to this? What we are concerned about, what we are against, is a brainwashing national education subject. We want our national education to be based on comprehensive and holistic understanding of China, and we should respect the personal experience and emotion of students. We should allow them to have independent thinking, and they should have global horizon, and they should also be concerned about the developments in the local community. This sort of national education is what we aspire for, and what we do not want is a biased, compulsory or mandatory, or the so-called brainwashing, political brainwashing, because for a real patriot, they would not just love the country because of the economic prosperity of the country. When they see that there are mistakes committed by the state, then they will still be concerned about their country, and they would try to promote development in the country so that we will aspire for some core values like peace, democracy, and so on and so forth. But then what we have seen is not that desirable. In the past, what we have seen is that some officials responsible for curriculum development in the Education Bureau, in the process of consultation, they would try to admonish our teachers, and by universal values, it's like Chinese values, and they are actually exerting pressure on our teachers. And we can also recall that our Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Chair, who said that, well, June 4th is just some minor incidents in the history of China, and she even said that some people said that by moral and national education, if you do not take heed of the advice from the central authorities, then what kind of national education is this? And this cannot but lead us to think that there is a very strong flavor of a political mission or political task that has to be carried out. Well, on the 17th of September, on behalf of those who are against MNE, I made the application in this council, and there are 3 emphases. Number 1, the administration has to withdraw this curriculum guide, and we also want Mr. Leung to step down as a result of this, and we also hope that Mr. C.Y. We would also like to express our regret towards Mr. C.Y. Leung in dealing with the incident, and we received a lot of feedback. A lot of them was in support of our move, and before this, Ms. Anna Wu already announced that the curriculum guide would be invalidated, and Mr. Leung also announced that he would be shelving this idea. It means that before this motion is moved, we have already been very successful, and it shows that it's the persistence of those who staged this demonstration, and that's the success that should be attributed to them. And therefore, today we'll be putting emphasis on the second part of this motion. That is, we'll be reviewing the responsibilities of the administration in the course of dealing with this incident, and how we can do a better job in the future. President, when it comes to government officials' mistakes committed in the incident, I think the first one to blame is Mr. Leung, the Secretary for Education. I'd like to summarize his mistakes into 7 areas. Number 1, he's an outsider trying to lead the profession. As we all know, the Secretary is not familiar with the education sector. He doesn't know education. He's not familiar with education policies, and he doesn't know the ins and outs of moral and national education. He doesn't know the core of the problem. For those who have been in contact with the Secretary, and for those teachers, students, parents who have talked to him on this issue, they all had the impression that the Secretary was not familiar with the subject, and I think this is the core of the problem. As a result of that, the Secretary was simply at a loss as to how he should be dealing with that. And the second problem was he was not able to have a good grasp of the matter. And a couple of days ago, Mr. Leung, on the 6th day, on the 6th day of assuming office, he was asked about this, and he made a very good response. And that was a question on the China model. And he did not want to have this impression of brainwashing. And he was also of the view that this guidebook was rather biased, and that was the best. But that was by far the best performance of the bureau director on this incident. But then, as a result of the criticism leveled against him by some establishment groups, he said that he would not be using Chapter 7 as the main thrust of doing the assessment, and he said that there would be the guidebook would be implemented first, and then the review would follow. So he was at a loss as to what he should be doing, and he was wavering his position that the result of his not being able to grasp the issue. And thirdly, he made a secret trip to Beijing, and he did not adhere to the principle of autonomy, and he tried to cover up his journey. And on the one hand, that was against the public's right to know, and it's also against the principle of transparency and openness. And so was it that he had to go to Beijing to pay a visit to the Minister of Education to get his instructions, and that would be against the principle of Hong Kong high degree of autonomy, and also Hong Kong people administering Hong Kong. And a fourth sin is he was biased, and he blatantly ignored public opinions, because on one of the programs he made some astounding remarks. He said that there were only tens of thousands of people taking to the streets, and it was the minority, and they were the minority, and for the silent majority they were in support of the curriculum guide, and that sparked a public outcry in the community, and that's also a complete misinterpretation of public opinions. And on different occasions, Mr. Eddie Ng also met with different groups and people, and he tried to make use of those opinions to pitch against public opinions. But then he should have been very open. He should have established a dialogue with the opponents to this curriculum guide. So by blatantly ignoring public opinions, that actually aggravated public dissatisfaction against him. And there was a lack of commitment on his part. Mr. Eddie Ng gave people the impression that he was rather cowardice in this incident. Very often he would hide behind other officials. We, of course, would hope that our education minister would be more committed, and he should have the authority to face the public. Sixthly, he was unable to do the lobbying, and his judgment was wrong. And I've experienced the whole process of struggle with him, and I can see that Ms. Annan Wu was working very hard to do the lobbying, but then Mr. Eddie Ng was not doing anything at all. And repeatedly, he missed the golden opportunity of appeasement and mediation, and also reaching an agreement with the other side. And he was actually putting schools in a very difficult position. And the administration has often emphasized that schools did enjoy their autonomy, but then apparently they were just saying that the schools would be able to choose whether or not they would be implementing this in a year's time, or in 2 years' time, or in 3 years' time. In other words, the schools would be facing a lot of pressure from parents and also alumni, and this would make the life of schools very difficult. President, under these circumstances, our Bureau Director, who is an outsider leading the profession, and his position is wavering. He is at a loss as to what position he should be taking. He went to Beijing for a secret talk, and he was hiding behind others, and he was totally ignoring the situation, and he was trying to impose his views on others. And given the current system of accountability, do we really want such an education minister? And Mr. Eddie Ng must take up his political responsibility and step down. As to Mr. C.Y. Leung, we often feel that he was just representing the central authorities, and he was also one cannot but suspect that he might be an underground Communist Party member, and therefore within the government team, apparently he was also incompetent, and in the process of negotiation between the Education Bureau and other departments, apparently there were a lot of disputes, and C.Y. Leung's popularity rating will be declining. And therefore we hope that Mr. C.Y. Leung would not claim that he was taking over from a former government. He must improve his governance. He must work harder to improve the situation. I have to say that this is an awakening of the civic community, and we can also see that the administration is at a loss as to what it should be doing. So on the one hand, we should be glad about it. On the one hand, it's also worrying. We hope that there can be more reviews. Thank you.
I now propose the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by the Honourable Ip Kin-yuen be passed. 3 members will move amendments to this motion. This Council will now proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the 3 amendments. Since one of the members making an amendment, Mr. Leung Kwok-hung, cannot attend the meeting, I will first invite Mr. Kenneth Chan to speak, and then I will invite KK Fung to speak, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. Dr. Honorable Kenneth Chan. Thank you, Deputy to the Chairman. This summer vacation last, on the streets outside the Central Government Complex and the Legislative Council, we have heard this slogan, let our conscience speak and let us protect our children. If the administration has conscience and if officials, especially Mr. Eddie Ng, you really have the heart to protect our next generation, members will not have to move this motion to reprimand the administration and also to ask you to step down. But things have developed to this stage. The curriculum guide has been shelved. However, if we take a look back at the entire issue, the way you handled the matter, your performance, and the overall performance of the administration, we can say that since the assumption of office of this administration, in this last 3 months, I think many people have felt unsettled. They are highly dissatisfied with your performance. From the very beginning, during last year, there was this consultation, and then a few hundred people, including students, they started to protest and voice their dissatisfaction. But then near the end of the protest, there were over 100,000 people every night gathering here, trying to take you to task, but we could not locate you anywhere. Therefore, today we have to have this debate, hoping that you will do a good soul searching and also to give a good account of what you have done. Mr. Eddie Ng, I don't know whether you remember, on the 3rd of July this year, as early as that, together with Ms. Tanya Chan, we wrote you, and I am still waiting for your reply. On many occasions, when I talk to my friends, mostly from the academia, what they felt about you is hugely negative. You do not have any philosophy, you do not have any depth, no vision, and perhaps I should add something else. The CS4A was talking about the executive power. You also lack that. What you have is your background, somebody who supports you from behind. But is that enough? Is that enough to prop you up as the Minister for Education? You are a layperson, but can you really administer education matters? Today I'm moving an amendment in order to reiterate the core values and why they are important for Hong Kong. We have to safeguard our core values. We have to make sure that existing core values can be exemplified. Their importance must mean that we have to do a good gatekeeping job in education. But this political indoctrination in the form of the MNE will attack such core values. On different occasions, the education sector has said, if we want the Hong Kong people and our next generation to understand China, why don't we go for the subject of Chinese history? During the colonial era, we used to have the subject Chinese history. Why is it that after reunification, when we have the SAR government, many principals, teachers, and parents are saying, why is it that Chinese history is now dispensable? It is important to understand the past of our country. We should understand the past dynasties and also the mistakes committed by contemporary China, because history always teaches a lesson. History also helps us to prevent recurrence of big mistakes. We should not allow a small bunch of people to direct where the country should go while they are blindfolded. In Hong Kong, we should put aside resources to teach our next generation Chinese history, but at the same time, civic education is also important for us if we want to safeguard our core values. In fact, civic education has achieved a lot in Hong Kong. In 2009, according to a study on civic education, Hong Kong students, among the 38 regions and countries, Hong Kong students ranked number 5. So we have achieved certain results. Our young people should really be prepared to take up their responsibility as citizens. They must know their rights. They must also practice so that they will become the captains of our ship. But then we have not done all in terms of civic education. In recent studies and research, for example, 2 scholars of the Hong Kong IED, they have written this book, Civic Education, Rebuilding Hong Kong. In this book, it says that we still have to work seriously on many fronts, especially sometimes we only preach, but we do not practice. We cannot really walk the walk when it comes to education. Very often, our education is not rich on telling our students how to make judgments. So, in fact, apart from Chinese history, we also have to put more resources on civic education. We should spend time on these 2 subjects so the next generation can really be committed as good citizens. With regard to the launch of the MNE subject, the administration gave $530,000 to each school. Now that the curriculum guide has been shelved, we really want to know whether the resources could be freely utilized by schools, maybe on Chinese history or on civic education, instead of the resources being limited to MNE. Maybe you have heard that certain religious school sponsoring bodies who have ordered schools not to make use of the resources at all. You wanted to steamroll a policy, you dumped the resources on schools. But shouldn't you also take up the responsibility how the resources should be utilized? But now we can also see that a lot of resources have been given to school sponsoring bodies which practiced national education. In this regard, we knew that in 2007, 2008, the resources were in the region of $53 million, and then it jumped to $95 million in a matter of 6 years. So you were squandering so much resources in order to produce these very baffling teaching manuals and for the launch of MNE. I have this the China model with me. We must teach civic education in such a way that we can practice what we preach. This is so important for Hong Kong. We have been reunited with China for 15 years, but then in 2003 there was the Article 23 legislation, and in recent years you were trying to launch MNE in order to attack our core values. So you were making use of a stick and a carrot in order to launch it, but as gatekeepers we must say no to such approaches. I hope, therefore, members will speak enthusiastically on this debate topic so that those who have gone on hunger strike, who have risked their lives to say no to this administration and Mr. Eddie Ng, that you are far below par, that you shouldn't be the Minister of Education. You have been slow in your realization, Mr. Eddie Ng, and this is already too late for you, because parents, teachers are very worried that maybe in the open you have shelved the subject, but then you might want to stealthily infiltrate MNE messages into other subjects so that our next generation will also turn red. This morning the CE said that in Hong Kong we have high mountains and deep seas. Maybe I should also tell you that we can enjoy the clear blue sky if you step a step backward. Please go. Thank you, Deputy to the Chairman.
Mr. Frederick Fung. Chairman, during the past several months, the MNE subject has sparked an outcry in the community, and that would be to the surprise of many people. Number one, the SAR government, which has all the resources, it has lost its position, and it has actually aggravated the dispute and the division in the community. In fact, those in position would try to give directions to those in the profession, and they have totally disregarded public opinion and worries with regard to the subject, and they are only pledging their loyalty to the party without pledging loyalty to the community. And I must also admit that many people, including myself, have lagged behind in terms of public opinion. Well, in Poland, because of the emergence of the civic society and also the solidarity in the community, and also the younger generation's ability to influence the community, and they have been able to influence the entire community, and those in the democratic camp, including myself, would also have to understand this better, and they have also become the model for promoting and advocating the democratization movement in a community. We must all do some soul searching. Well, introducing moral and national education subject is something that nobody would say no to it. But then why is it that there has been such a strong opposition to that? That's because of the publication of the China model, and that has been found to be seriously biased. And therefore, if you look at the China model, the Chinese Communist Party has been portrayed as a selfless, progressive, and ruling party. As regards the other systems, they would lead to serious disputes and other problems. And these are very biased ideas. And yet, through the subsidy of the administration, they have been portraying these as facts, and therefore, if you look at the curriculum guide, that's really the problem. And also, when the administration issue the questionnaire, and they would also be asking about the students' affective and social outcomes, and that could only lead people to think that there are many problems in this curriculum guide, and in fact the result would be brainwashing, and they would not be prepared to allow students to think about things from different perspectives, and yet the administration has failed to correct the mistakes, and they have not reviewed the curriculum. On the contrary, they actually acted against public opinions, and despite tens of thousands of people taking to the streets, they've actually tried to counter such acts, and they actually allege that we have not really read the curriculum guide carefully, and therefore they actually accuse those who are against this for misleading the public. And then after a lot of opposition, they have now adopted this position, saying that they would not be launching the MNE, but then they have set up the committee on initiating MNE, and they are trying to make use of pro-establishment forces, and they are trying to absorb those forces who are against the MNE. And of course, C.Y. Leung and his camp would try to take advantage of the choice of, would try to make use of the choice of words, and they would engage in a dialogue with those who are against it. But then the premise would not be on whether the subject should be withdrawn or not, and there is no question of withdrawing the subject. And these are very specious arguments, but then in reality they are not making any concession at all. And setting that aside, the education minister has also turned a blind eye to those who are on hunger strike, and also those who are staging protests. And he was actually saying that for those who have not come forward, they're actually in support of it. So whatever you do in using different words to describe, and so you might be saying that actually you're not against it or whatever. So whatever you say, you might have pretended that you would be visiting the students in outside the government secretariat, but then this still gave the people the impression that you had not been sincere in your acts, and you actually insisted on launching the program or the curriculum, and even a TFO, Carrie Lam, was put on the spot, and therefore you're actually undermining your own credibility. So CY Leung, what are you doing? Is it that you're prepared to do this at all costs? Is it one of the 4 main tasks given to you by the central authorities, or is it that deep down you still believe in this brainwashing MNE? Well, just one day before the LegCo election day, the administration finally decided that the deadline of implementing this in 3 years would be withdrawn. But then there are still legacies, and yet you're not going to do anything about it. And if you just put the blame on others, how come earlier on you had been so insistent, you had been so perseverant in hard selling this? So this cannot but give people the impression that you are not you're not in grasp of the situation. And with regard to Hong Kong people's core values of academic freedom and so on, you did not understand it at all. We want students to have independent thinking, and in a society where we respect individuals' freedom, we are not just aspiring for economic development. We don't want to have one system overriding we don't want to have one country overriding 2 systems, and you've been putting pressure to bear, and the liaison office has been interfering in the affairs of Hong Kong, and that has already caused a lot of disturbance to Hong Kong people. And in the articles published by the central authorities, they're actually standing behind MNE, and they're actually alleging that Hong Kong people have been brainwashed by Western thinking and Western thoughts. In fact, they are very biased, and they are thinking that Hong Kong people had been contaminated by the colonial government. Despite the reunification, Hong Kong people have not had their hearts and minds reunited, and therefore they are trying to rectify the problem, and they are trying to correct this. But then they have totally turned a blind eye to what is happening. When there are disasters on the mainland, Hong Kong people had been very united in donating to help them, and we also condemn what's happening on the mainland with regard to Liu Xiaobo, and these show that we are very patriotic, we love our country. So is it that Hong Kong people aspire these core values? Does it mean that CY Leung cannot see this, and CY Leung does not understand this? But then what CY Leung has chosen is that you would act in accordance with central authorities' views, and you're trying to blur the lines between one country and 2 systems. And we have to come forward. We have to say no to this. We have to make sure that this will be stopped, because Hong Kong's community is already mature and we are already developed, and therefore we cannot allow our officials to disregard these. And the CE must not be allowed to do this. Well, the chief executive. Are you able to learn the lesson from this, or do you just think that this is just an incident, and therefore I support the original motion and the amendment?
Secretary for Education. Mr. President, regarding Mr. Ip Kin-yuen's motion and the amendments moved by Mr. Chen Kai-lok and Mr. Frederick Fung, I will first of all give an overall reply. Now, about the background of moral and national education. Moral and national education is not a fresh new subject. In 2001, the Curriculum Development Council released a report titled Learning to Learn, The Way Forward in Curriculum, which included understanding national identity and be committed to contributing to the nation and society as one of the 7 learning goals. Elements of moral and national education are also included in various learning areas and subjects, and also relevant learning experience to cultivate talents for our society. In October 2010, the Chief Executive of the third term of Hong Kong SAR government announced in the Policy Address 2010-11 that the Curriculum Development Council would be invited to review the curriculum framework for moral and civic education at primary and secondary levels, and to develop an independent subject on moral and national education to cultivate students' moral and national qualities in a continuous and systematic manner. Now, concerning the drafting of the curriculum guide and the consultation process, in November 2010, the Curriculum Development Council established the Ad Hoc Committee on Moral and National Education. Its membership comprised academics, school principals and teachers of primary and secondary schools, and NGOs. It deliberated on the curriculum and the relevant arrangements. The Moral and National Education Curriculum Guide, P1 to Secondary Form 6, was announced in May 2011. Afterwards, the Ad Hoc Committee, together with the Education Bureau, kick-started a 4-month consultation process. And through various channels, they sought views from various sectors of the community on the draft guide. They received around 1,000 submissions. The Education Panel of the Legislative Council also held a 2-day public hearing on the curriculum guide. The amended curriculum guide have incorporated the major views of various sectors of the community, including the fact that the subject has no intention of brainwashing or political indoctrination, and further connection between the subject and core values, and further explanation on the subject, and not being a repetition of other key learning areas or subjects or learning experiences or activities. And also to reiterate that the subject is does not only mention positive aspects and avoid sensitive issues. The curriculum guide was also amended, including the rewriting of relevant chapters, and also teaching recommendations, which are more detailed and appropriate, and also more explanation on the controversial topics. Between June and August 2012, after the curriculum guide was announced in April 2012, and after it was distributed to various schools, between June and August, the government continued to listen to views from various sectors to allay the concerns on the subject. On the 29th of July, the government announced the setting up of the Committee on the Initiation of Moral and National Education subject, chaired by Ms. Anna Wu. And on the subject of moral and national education, it put forward recommendations to the government. Having considered the viewpoints, controversies, and concerns on moral and national education, the government issued a statement on the 8th of September 2012 to amend the relevant policy. Under the amended policy, school sponsoring bodies and schools could decide on their own whether to implement the moral and national education subject on the basis of their professional judgment, whether it should be launched as a standalone course, and, if they chose to implement the subject, determine the format and timetable for its implementation. At the same time, the deadline for implementing the subject was also abolished. I must emphasize here that it did not only refer to national education, but moral and national education. The Committee on the Initiation of Moral and National Education subject held a number of meetings in September and October. The committee supported the major amendments to the moral and national education policy on the 8th of September and put forward to the government the recommendation on the 8th of October to formally shelve the curriculum guide. The government accepted the committee's recommendation on the same day. The Education Bureau also responded immediately that it would not request schools to adopt the curriculum guide, and the Education Bureau would not use it as the basis for school inspection. As the curriculum guide had been shelved, there was no need to further amend or review the guide. If school sponsoring bodies and schools decide to introduce the moral and national education subject, the government and the community should respect and have confidence in them. Schools may freely adopt any teaching guides and relevant teaching resources that their professional judgment deems appropriate. Hence, the government should not prescribe any rules, nor should the government provide any mandatory or official curriculum guide in respect of the subject. Members of the committee were unanimously of the view that moral, national, and civic education is a major element in school education. Whole person development should include knowledge of one's country, the identity building, and also the acknowledgement of the society's pluralistic and inclusive core values. So the students should receive moral, national, and civic education. I very much agree with the committee's views. On history education, the secondary schools in Hong Kong all along have Chinese history and world history as two subjects, each complementing with the other, to facilitate students' identity building as citizens of the nation and the world. These two subjects not only help students learn history's lesson, it also helps them succeed the culture so that they understand important values like democracy and freedom and where they come from, and to cultivate their independent thinking and discerning abilities. The Education Bureau has all along attached great importance in this regard. Now, the education of history in Hong Kong's school system has improved substantially after reunification. Before the reunification, most secondary schools in Hong Kong had world history and Chinese history as two independent subjects, except vocational schools. Whereas for senior secondary schools, these two history subjects were electives. After reunification, in order to provide students a broad and balanced curricula, for general education subject at primary level, it includes the elements of Chinese history, whereas for secondary schools, Chinese history is mandatory for all junior secondary students, and the medium of instruction must be in Chinese. So comparing to the lack of Chinese history subject for vocational schools before reunification, nowadays the 450 secondary schools in Hong Kong provide Chinese history lessons for junior secondary students. And as far as the hours are concerned, they're almost double that of other countries or regions. The schools can cater for different needs of students and use different teaching methods. On civic education, the Education Bureau has attached importance to civic education. In 2001, since the curriculum reform, moral and civic education has become one of the key learning items to facilitate students' learning and whole person development. In 2008, the curriculum was amended. The newly amended moral and civic education curriculum framework was rolled out to tie in with social changes and the students' needs. Civic education is not a fresh subject in schools. All the relevant subjects in primary and secondary schools in Hong Kong include elements of civic education. It aims at cultivating students' analytical power and critical thinking and to facilitate them to make rational decisions. these are all common goals of the civic education, national education. Now, Mr. Chan mentioned the study conducted by the Hong Kong Institute of Education, and this is part of a part of the study. And as I mentioned, I just talked about the development of moral, national, and civic education and the history subjects. The Bureau understands that it is Hong Kong's one of the Hong Kong's core value, and we also respect the views, various views from different organizations, individuals, and the community. I'm happy to listen to views from members, and after hearing from members, I'll give a further consolidated reply. So submit.
The CS4A, President, I will listen to other members first before I will speak in response.
Mr. James Tan. Mr. President, this summer was very different from before for parents in Hong Kong. In summer, they brought their children to the street to oppose moral and national education. They also gathered outside the CGO so that their children would not be subject to national education. However, as Chinese, we must learn about our country. In particular, China has become the second largest economy in the world. At the same time, the World Bank estimates that even with the deteriorating world economy, China will still have a GDP forecast of 7 to 8%. The whole world is enthusiastic about learning Putonghua and know more about China. And as part of China, Hong Kong should also leverage on our advantages and grasp the opportunities in knowing more about our country. We must not be biased, and we must not have we must not introduce moral and national education in a brainwash manner. The Liberal Party supports it. In July, the teaching material was found to be biased. It only talked about the positive side and consists of 28 pages, and only half a page on self-reflection, and there was no mentioning of the June 4th incident and so on. And even the Mr. Ng secretary thought it was biased. And the curriculum guide also talked about assessment aspects of affective dimension, and the panic spread. Well, the Chief Secretary for Administration, the Chief Executive, and the Secretary for Education took the matter in hand. However, they failed to address the issue. They only have they only took things in a patchy approach. They failed to get full consensus before rolling out the subject. The government gave people an impression that the subject would be introduced in September. It gave people an impression that the government was being forbearing. On the 8th, the chief executive announced that the deadline of 3 years would be scrapped, so that parents and teachers concerns would be allayed. In retrospect, the government's handling of the issue was poor, and the and the Secretary for Education should be responsible. And I think the government has learned a great lesson in this incident. They understand that they must respect public opinion. They must not force their way through when they want to introduce unpopular policies. And the alliance also agreed that, in fact, their request of withdrawing the subject had largely been met. So should we further politicize this issue? Should we press ahead and want the head to be rolled before we stop? We have 12 secretaries, and of course one of the secretaries would rank bottom. Should we ask the secretary that came last to resign? If we properly introduce moral and national education, it will only be beneficial to students. Mr. Kwok. Mr. President, well, moral and national education is not unique in Hong Kong. There are such subjects in other countries. In 1989, the UK established the Citizen Foundation to foster civic knowledge. And in 1990, the UK also introduced the subject as a school subject, and also in 2002 it became mandatory in secondary schools. Recently, I have read a book which was I had an old reading of new reading of an old textbook, and it includes a booklet on civic education. That's number 8 of Model Citizens. It says, I will abide by the rules as a good citizen, so that I enjoy good health, etc. And Mr. Chan's amendment, it is important that Hong Kong's core values be safeguarded, and I very much agree. However, I don't think that it is in any way in conflict with moral and national education. In fact, according to the principle of the curriculum guide of moral and national education, it can cater for their it can help students distinguish right from wrong and make informed decisions. So in terms of the introduction of moral and national education, consensus must be reached before its implementation. On the other hand, if we question the government that is a hasty decision, and that the government is trying to brainwash people by introducing the moral and national education subject, it is not fair. So in fact, the last Chief Executive, Mr. Donald Leung, in his policy address 2010-11, already proposed the introduction of moral and national education. At that time, there were not wide repercussions, there were not objections among the community. And in fact, the ad hoc committee was set up, and stakeholders' views were collected. And in May 2011, the curriculum guide was released, followed by a consultation. And the amended curriculum guide was released in April this year. The relevant schools were informed of the relevant measures. In August, the support grant was given to the relevant schools. Therefore, much time and resources have been spent on this issue. It was not a hasty decision. Despite all these, we saw criticisms. For example, some biased teaching materials. Therefore, I think the government must reflect upon itself in this incident and must humbly listen to opposing voices and to learn from the mistakes. But to say that the government has totally disregarded public opinion and to say that the secretary should step down, it's not fair either. After all the controversies surrounding moral and national education, to minimize the divide in our community, the government has introduced measures, for example, the setting up of the Committee on the Initiation of Moral and National Education subject, chaired by Ms. Anna Wu. And eventually, the government adopted the committee's recommendation and scrapped the curriculum guide. I think the most important thing is for students to learn about the truth and to foster their ability to analyze things. These should come from students themselves. Therefore, I think that there should be a complete Chinese history lessons for students. In fact, I used to have Chinese history lessons. I learned from ancient emperors all the way to contemporary histories. Therefore, the way the subject was arranged was logical and scientific. In short, I hope that after the controversies, mutual trust can be rebuilt in the community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Helena Wong, Chairman. The SAR government and Mr. Eddie Leung during the summer vacation did not listen to public opinions, and they insisted on launching the MNE subject. As a result, there was a public outcry in the community, and as a result, 90,000 people took to the streets. Teachers, students, and parents went on hunger strike, and community leaders also went on hunger strike. And only after those campaigns that the administration decided to withdraw the subject. So is it like what Mr. Ip Kin-yuen said, is a layman leading the profession, and in dealing with the incident, you gave people the impression that you are incompetent and you did not have the ability to come to grips of the situation, and as a result, the CS4A and the chief executive had to help you out. So should you have felt guilty? Secondly, in launching the MNE subject, the administration subsidized every secondary and primary school with a grant of $530,000 a year, and therefore, you cannot but give people the impression that you're using public funds to force schools to launch the MNE subject. I have not heard any valid explanation from the administration, and also for those officials in charge of this, on this occasion, you made certain public remarks, and you said that there were only 90,000 parents taking to the streets. For those who did not take to the streets, they were the silent majority, and they did not take to the street, and that meant that they were in support of the launching of the MNE subject. So for those remarks that you made, well, for those who heard you, they were shocked. How come it could have come from an education minister? How come you made those remarks that were so against common sense? So this is really quite a disgrace to the education sector, and that would also undermine the credibility of the SAR government, and as a result of that, you should have stepped down. Fourthly, concerning the use of public funds by the administration, well, this council does have the responsibility to monitor the use of public funds, but then in using public funds and resources, the administration has not been able to show us that you are politically neutral and you've been distributing or allocating your resources fairly. For example, as we can see, for the organization responsible for launching MNE, most of them would be pro-China groups. For example, the Federation of Education and so on. For example, you've used, in 2004, you used the former Taipo government schools campus, and you tried to grant it to the National Education Services Center, and at the time you did not resort to an open tender system. That's against a fair mechanism of distributing public resources. And in 2008 you did that again, and as a result the center was changed in its name, and once again it was granted a vacant school campus in Chengyi. So was it approved by the Education Bureau, and you actually gave them funding in the past 4 years, and you gave them $8.3 million every year. On this occasion, yes, there was a tendering exercise, but then there was a lack of transparency. You did not make it clear as to the tendering requirements and also the specification, and in the end, both the school and the resources were again given to the Federation of Education. Bureau Director, earlier on, in answering an oral question, you said that with regard to small class teaching, you had doubts and you were not sure about the value of small class teaching. Over the years, you tried to cut the class size, and many schools were closed as a result. And as a result, there was a waste of resources. And during the past few years, for these schools that have been closed, and you try to convert them, and you try to grant them to the brainwashing National Education Services Center. So you're actually compounding one mistake by another. So here I have not heard you express any regret to what you did. And therefore, I support Mr. Ip Kin-yuen's motion, and I ask that the Education Minister should step down, and I support all the amendments. Thank you. Mrs. Regina Ip. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I speak to state the New People's Party stance that we will be voting against the original motion as well as all the amendments. We'll be explaining why. Number one, if you look at the original motion of Mr. Ip Kin-yuen, one of the main points is to strongly condemn the administration or reprimand the administration's total disregard of public opinion, and also the administration's refusal to withdraw the curriculum guide. I think it's already outdated, because during the past few months, after listening to the concerns and worries expressed by the community, indeed on the 8th of September, the administration already announced that it would withdraw the deadline on launching the MNE subject. And as the Secretary just said, schools will be given the autonomy to make their own decisions. And also on the 8th of October, the Chief Executive also announced that he would accept the recommendation by Ms. Anna Wu's committee on initiation of MNE. And the committee already pointed out that the curriculum guide was already invalid, and that shows that over the past few months the administration has already taken heed of the voices in the community, and for all the problematic materials, they have all been withdrawn. And therefore, in these circumstances, there is no need for us to move this motion to ask the administration to withdraw the curriculum guide, because it's already outdated. And also, whether it's the New People's Party or in the think tank that I established or I founded during the past few years, since the introduction of this curriculum guide, we've been studying the approaches in other places in launching national education guideline. We have found that in different places they might be using different names, but then they do it all the same. They do it in different forms. So they all have national education. And the purpose is invariably to increase the national identity of the citizens, to increase their awareness or understanding of their country, and to promote national harmony. So I think the purpose is the same. But then when it comes to national education is not just in Hong Kong. In many Western democracies, for example, in the UK and in Canada, they are often very controversial. Recently, I also paid a visit to the British Council, and I'm grateful to them for explaining these to us, because national education has also been a controversial issue in the UK, because they've often argued whether or not it's leftist or rightist. For example, the leftist party would often say that, well, for national education, we have to attach importance to human rights and also environmental protection, and they should also be a member of the EU. But then for the rightist government, for example, the incumbent conservative coalition government, they feel that in launching national education, they should educate more on English history instead of United Kingdom history. Recently, the Education Minister, Michael Gove, also announced a series of education reforms, and he would like to scrap the citizenship curriculum that has been in place for more than 10 years, and he would like to step up the education on English history. And in Canada, if you review the situation, at different times and era, there would be different interpretation as to what national education meant. For example, in 1974, they only introduced the law on, in 1947, they introduced the law on Canadian citizenship. And in the past, it used to be an Anglo-Saxon, so by citizen, they actually meant a male Anglo-Saxon. But then as Canada becomes a multi-ethnic nation, they attach more importance to an inclusive society and a diversified society, and therefore, worldwide, in different places, national education has always been a very sensitive subject, and very often it would become political bombs, and therefore, as a new incumbent education minister, when he encountered this very tricky issue, he experienced a lot of difficulties. That's understandable. And if you go back on history, and if you look at this subject, this very controversial curriculum guide, actually, it was already introduced by the former government, and it was actually approved by the former Secretary for Education. And even for the China model, that has been a subject of criticism, actually it was also approved by the former government. And if you want to put the blame on someone, well, for dedicated education officials, many people say that, Mr. Ng is a layman who is leading the profession. But what about curriculum development officers? How come they have not acted as gatekeepers? How is it that they just gave the funds to the National Education Services Center, and in turn, the center gave the funding to the research center, which was responsible for the publication of the curriculum guide? So we should not just put the blame on one single person. We should be fair. And whenever there is a controversy, very often many people would be involved, because it takes a whole team to work on it. It should not be just one bureau director who should be held responsible, and therefore the New People's Party does not agree that because of this national education controversy, we should ask Mr. Eddie Ng to step down, because after all, with regard to the outcry on national education that was in July, August, he only assumed office for a month or two, and to expect a bureau director who had only assumed office for 1 or 2 months to understand the matter in and out, that's simply impossible. And therefore, I do not think that Mr. Ng should take the responsibility by stepping down. I also do not think that we should reprimand the chief executive, because over the past few months, we can see that the administration has been making concession time after another. Sorry, time's up.
Mr. Tony Jia.
代理主席，
Mr. Deputy, in the past few months, the issue of the launch of MNE has become the focus of attention in society. Last week, though, the CE announced that the MNE curriculum guide will be shelved. And after that, some objectors said that they would accept the administration's position, many people would think that the controversy would be laid to rest, but still now, there are still people opposing it. They are not happy that the subject has not been withdrawn, that the administration has been firm in its stance. They say that they would object to this till the end. If this goes on, would it be of any help to the entire issue and development? Today, Mr. Ip's motion contains two parts. First, that the curriculum guide should be withdrawn. And secondly, to urge Eddie Ng to step down. First of all, with regard to urging the administration to withdraw the curriculum guide of M&E subject, at this stage, I cannot see why there is an urgency to do this. As I was saying, the CE on Tuesday last already announced that the administration had accepted the responsibility of the Committee on the Initiation of Moral and National Education subject to formally shelve the curriculum guide of the subject, and that schools would not be requested to adopt the curriculum guide, and the EDB would not use it as the basis for school inspection. School sponsoring bodies and schools will have the autonomy to decide whether to start the subject, when to do so, and how the subject should be taught. If the administration has already given so much liberty and room for maneuver to schools on this issue of launching M&E subject, and plus many people and organizations also said that they accepted the administration's decision to shelve the curriculum guide, I don't think I can support the first part of the motion. As to the second part of the motion, urging Eddie Ng, the Secretary for Education, to step down, personally, I have grave reservations towards this. As a matter of fact, I can see that the administration has worked very hard in tackling the matter, and the administration has already made adjustments to this issue, and I'm sure the administration would learn from this lesson. And of course, some people are still of the view that Mr. Eddie Ng has not done a good job in tackling the matter this time around, and that there is room for improvement. I do think that from the time of assumption of office, Mr. Eddie Ng has been imposed for only 3 months. And if we are going to make a decision about his performance, to draw a conclusion on his performance now, I think it will not be fair. Mr. Deputy, I myself support the launch of M&E to nurture and train young people in morality. And I agree that we should have a course on M&E so that the next generation, so that our young people will understand the past and to have a comprehensive view of the country and Hong Kong. It is just like reading history. We should allow history to teach us so that we will not repeat past mistakes. Therefore, the teaching material on M&E must be comprehensive so that young people will be able to make their own analysis, so that they will be trained in independent thinking and to be trained to have judgment. Before we have suitable teaching materials and the way to teach it, if we want to launch it nevertheless, this will be counterproductive. Deputy Chairman, that is all from me. Thank you.
Dr. N. Chang. Mr. Deputy, we all understand that the government officials in Hong Kong have all along been professional and sincere and hardworking. They serve the people of Hong Kong. However, in recent years, I share the same views of many other Hong Kong citizens. We asked the same question: what is happening to Hong Kong? Why is it that our economic development has been rather stagnant? Why is it that many good policies have failed to be introduced? Why can't they be implemented? Today, I finally understand. When government officials try to roll out new government policies, if they do not get the support from the opposing political parties, they won't be able to do anything. They may even be asked to step down. This is really an obstacle. Now, this moral and national education is a good example. What is peculiar is that during the consultation period, extensive consultation was conducted, and M&E was recognized and agreed by political parties, which today is asking the secretary to step down. When I read the records, well, there are many good policies. For example, the Beijing Olympics and other mainland-related policies. Mr. Chairman Kwok was in all support of these measures. And also, and that also included moral and national education. On the 16th of October, Ms. Kenneth Chan from Civic Party also mentioned that she acknowledged the identity as a citizen of mainland, and she agreed that our young people should understand more the development in the mainland. She agreed that our young people should receive complete national education. Well, however, when the Education Bureau tried to roll out moral and national education subject, all those who used to support the M&E suddenly seem to have attracted amnesia. They said, on the other hand, that there shouldn't be any moral and national education subject. It shouldn't be established as a subject. Then the secretary said, yes, all right. And they pushed further. They said that there shouldn't be any deadline. There shouldn't be any curriculum guide. And there shouldn't be any pilot run. And the secretary agreed. And yet, they're asking for more. Not only that the curriculum guide should be shelved, the secretary should also step down. So we must thank all the opposition members for the stagnant economic development. I've been thinking, what has Mr. Ng, our secretary, done wrong in this incident? Say, in a company, when a colleague comes up with a new idea or with a new initiative, and after going through discussions, everyone agrees that it's a good idea, it's a good initiative, and then on second thought, the colleagues decide that it should not be implemented, then so be it. But why is it that the colleague has to be sacked? Isn't it really overbearing and unreasonable and barbaric? And Mr. Yip, as representatives from the education sector, today, this is the first motion that you move as a member of this council. I thought that you would be striving for a better environment for education for people who have elected you. However, it's not the case. You ask Mr. Ng to step down. Well, do you think that if Mr. Ng really steps down, the problems can be resolved by another secretary? No. What your constituents are concerned are what you can do to strive for a better environment for education and how you can improve the quality of education. This is what you should do. We have over 100,000 teachers in Hong Kong. I believe that they agree that there are more important issues than the motion that you have moved today. Well, I didn't know Mr. Eddington before. There's no reason for me to defend him. Let me just say something fair. So, Mr. Eddington, I hope that you will not be affected by these opposing voices asking you to step down and exerting pressure on you. I hope that you, as well as other secretaries, can bear this in mind. Outside, we have millions of people in Hong Kong waiting for our secretaries, our new team of government, to come up with livelihood policies that can benefit the society as well as our economy to build a better future for Hong Kong. Ms. Chan, your time is up. Mr. Leung Chi-chung. Mr. Deputy, the government announced that the curriculum guide would be formally shelved.
The administration has already explained why it's not going to withdraw the curriculum guide. That's because already there is no requirement for schools to launch this subject, and there is also no deadline for implementing or launching this subject, and therefore there should not be any restriction on whether the schools would like to launch this subject. In simple terms, it means that there is no ban on introducing or not introducing the subject. It's totally up to the schools concerned. If they think that they would like to do this or that, they would be allowed to adopt whatever curriculum guide that they think fit. So there is no question of imposing this curriculum guide on the schools, and therefore, in my view, the guide has already been shelved, and there is no need for us to demand the administration to withdraw the guide. And during the past few days, I've been talking to different people, and they've also expressed some grievances because students will have to take on an additional subject, whatever subject that may be. Do they have to take an examination? So whatever way you're going to do it, students will definitely be against it. On the other hand, for teachers, if the M&E subject would allow teachers to design their own teaching materials, and they can also teach the Cultural Revolution, they can teach the earthquake in Tangshan. So what's wrong with that? So these are not brainwashing, and it's not something that one should go against or one should sit down and discuss. Well, the Education Bureau earlier on, when there was this movement against the M&E subject, the PTU asked the teachers to sign this conscience charter. And for those who did not sign the charter, does it mean that they were unconscious or they were unconscientious? So I do not think that we should judge a teacher by whether he has done something or signed on a document. And therefore, as a teacher's group, the PTU is actually asking the teachers to make a declaration on whether they're going to teach the subject. I think this is not good. Well, we all think that there is a need for us to introduce national education. So it's not a question of whether we should or should not teach the subject. It's about how we should teach it. Well, worldwide, China is playing a role in terms of world politics, military, and so on. And therefore, we have to understand China better. We have to understand the opportunities and developments. We have to upgrade the qualities of our nationals so that they can become the pillars of our country. I think this is the direction that we should take and the path that we should take. In the incident on the MNE subject, some schools' stance has been very clear, and that is that we should launch the subject of national education, and that should also be implemented. And during the new school year, for the national education subject that has been launched in these schools, for example, Mr. Leung from the Fresh Fish Traders School, a couple of days ago when we gave an interview to the media, he said that this is not a cult subject, and therefore we should allow our students to understand their own country, and we should tell them the bright side of our country. Yes, there is this good side of our country, in order to make sure that the students would take pride in their own country, but then there are also this downside, and that would also increase the awareness of the students so that they will feel convicted to improving the country. And these are the remarks from the school principal of the school. And for the biased teaching materials, he said that he would not be using those materials, and he said that his school would design its own teaching materials. And I think for those who asked that the subject be withdrawn, they could also reflect on this. On this occasion, in the curriculum guide on national education, the administration has already learned a lot of experience from the saga. And I'm sure Mr. Eddie Ng, the Bureau Director, and the SR government will, in formulating policies, make reference to these, and therefore I do not agree with the motion and also the amendments. Mr. Deputy, these are my remarks. Mr. Liu Chang-kong. Mr. Deputy, the curriculum guide on the MNE subject only exists in name. And the Chief Executive has already formally announced that the curriculum guide be shelved. So today, there is no need for us to dwell on this curriculum guide anymore. As regards Mr. Eddie Ng, the Bureau Director, in rolling out the policy and also in dealing with the incident, indeed, there is room to be desired. And in responding to requests, yes, he might not have done it entirely correctly. For example, he said that the silent majority were in support of the curriculum guide. Well, of course, he did not have all the figures behind him, and therefore, there is no way for us to tell whether or not the silent majority were in support or not in support of the curriculum guide. So all these might have to do with the fact that Mr. Eddie Ng has just assumed office not too long ago, but then this has nothing to do with his own personal integrity. Moreover, the MNE subject was not a creation of Mr. Eddie Ng himself. And if you review how the subject was formulated and also the historical developments, I think the demands in the original motion is not inclusive and is also not fair. As regards the part concerning the Chief Executive, the motion points out that in the incident, the Chief Executive has not been fair, and he has not responded fairly to the demands. Well, this motion was moved on the 3rd of October, but then according to reports, on the 8th of September, the Chief Executive already announced that the 3-year deadline for launching the subject was already scrapped, and schools and sponsoring bodies would be given the full autonomy in deciding whether or not they would like to introduce a subject. And he also indicated that within his 5-year term, he would not be launching the subject as an independent subject. Subsequently, on the 8th of October, the Chief Executive also announced that the curriculum guide on moral and national education would be shelved. So all these were exactly the demands by some of those who protested against the launching of the subject. I hope that the administration will learn from the experience and they would continue to humbly listen to public opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Lee Chak-yen. Thank you, Deputy. First of all, to those who went on hunger strike in this campaign against MNE, including students, teachers, parents and other people, and also to citizens who attended many of the gatherings. I like to salute to them. I think they have together voiced a very strong opinion of Hong Kong people. I hope we will do an in-depth search into this issue, and that is why the MNE has touched the raw nerve of so many people. What does this say to us? I hope C.Y. Leung understands. I hope Carrie Lam understands. I hope Eddie Ng understands. Because what you have touched is a very fundamental issue in the hearts of Hong Kong people, and that is, can we preserve the core values of Hong Kong for our next generation? What are these values? What do we treasure most? We treasure most independent thinking, freedom of speech. Hong Kong does not have a lot of democracy. Just look at the council. Here we still have functional constituencies. I won't go into that today, but what do we have? What we have is, at least, we have room for independent thinking. What are our worries? We worry that the MNE subject will destroy the room for independent thinking. We worry that our next generation will not be able to have independent thinking, that they will be brainwashed. This brainwashing has touched the raw nerve of many people. Why is that so? Because we have seen it. We have seen brainwashing. It's not that it doesn't exist. Look at the mainland. Look at China since 1949. How many exercises to brainwash have been undertaken by the Communist Party? I think the mainlanders are great. They have been subject to such brainwashing, but they are still very much alive and kicking. But of course, they dare not tell the truth. Now on the internet, people can speak the truth because they can hide their identity. But in the mainland society, people dare not speak the truth. This is a result of brainwashing. They have been brainwashed for many years. And look at the events in the Communist Party history, from the Red Guards to the 1980s, when there was hope that there could be more room for free speech. Then we had the June 4th massacre in 1989, and China regressed. And it continued with its brainwashing education. The new generation on the mainland just do not know anything about June 4th. This is what we worry about, that Hong Kong will become like China. Would it be that because of the powers that be who would be able to dictate what education people have, so that our thoughts are controlled, so that our younger generation are brainwashed? This is what we worry most. I think this entire incident reflects this worry. This worry is still with us. Today, C.Y. Leung came here. He sounded like a national leader. He was lecturing Hong Kong people that we would have to rely on the mainland. Politically, we should accept the maneuver. We would depend on the mainland for our economy, etc. He was trying to brainwash us. Therefore, the MNE subject and the debate on it boils down to whether we can safeguard Hong Kong's core values. Fortunately, the parents came forward. Students came forward. Teachers came forward, so that the administration had to withdraw, but in a most ugly fashion. It still insisted that the ME subject would not be withdrawn, that the curriculum guide would not be withdrawn. Is that because of face? At the beginning, it was said that the curriculum guide did not exist, and then it would be shelved instead of being withdrawn, and the subject would not be withdrawn. And they resorted to crooked thinking to say that if it is withdrawn, then it would amount to banning it from schools who would like to launch it. But actually, I think many schools are still doing it. It is just that it is not called an MNE subject. Many pro-China schools have been using that kind of brainwashing material, and they are still going to do it. So how can you stop people from doing it? And if you cannot stop people from doing it anyway, why not withdraw it? And I'd like to speak on Mr. Eddie Ng for being called to step down because you are now known in the community as incompetent Ng instead of Eddie Ng. Just now, Mr. Ip Kin-yuen says that this is an example of an outsider leading the professionals, or layman leading the professionals. But the most important thing is that you just have no political acumen. You have no political accountability on your mind. You have no commitment. You have disappeared from the public in the entire incident. Why do you want to be the minister? You did not detonate. You detonated the bomb. You did not handle it well. You hid behind Carrie Lam and Anna Wu. You were just not facing the public. How could people be convinced that you are the education minister? You are not a professional from the field, and you hid from the public. So how can you convince people that you're still competent as the Secretary for Education? If you continue in this post, people would say, you are not professional, you are not competent, you have no political acumen, and still you dare to say that this ventured beyond the realm of education. If you had been a civil servant, you had been an education professional, you could say that. But as the Minister for Education, you cannot say that. You say that this is a political issue. That's exactly why you are here and what you are here for. You should step down so that it is fair for Hong Kong people. Ms. Starry Lee, I speak on behalf of the DAB to oppose the motion. Reflecting on the controversy started with the China model, the teaching manual. Society said that a part of the contents was not comprehensive, that it only sang praises for the CCP. In the election of the Legislative Council, this became the single most important issue. I remember at many forums and also on the streets, I was questioned on the stance of DAB towards MNE. However, there was this proposal that MNE could be equated with brainwashing. Now, I was really very saddened by it, and I felt quite helpless in the face of such a proposal. I understand the society has worries, but what is brainwashing? Brainwashing means that people employ high-pressure tactics in order to change people's behavior and values, and usually for a political, economic, or religious purpose. But if you look at the arrangements for MNE subject, you can see for yourself that it cannot achieve the purpose of brainwashing. Let me talk about the MNE subject arrangements. Now, as development has it, the schools can already follow their own principles in order to decide on whether they would like to launch MNE as an independent subject or otherwise, and also when to launch such education. And teachers can also rely on their professional judgment as to what should be taught and when. I'm sure, given autonomy of schools and teachers, they would not employ high-pressure tactics. Plus, in Hong Kong, we have a high circulation of information, and we cannot just say that we have one subject like that and therefore people will be brainwashed. And also, criticism has it that the China model teaching manual is actually just part of a huge pool of reference material. It is not a textbook directed by the Education Bureau. It is not anything at all. So we cannot say that the teaching manual is a tool for brainwashing. But in the entire process, I have heard the public clearly that they are of the view that they have worries about the original arrangement for launching MNE. The biggest worry is that if we have MNE, the mainland kind of national education would be taken to Hong Kong, and they would not agree with certain contents of the curriculum guide, say, for example, effective assessment of students, etc. Some of them have said that they are not happy with Ms. Eddie Ng's remarks on radio. In the entire process, many citizens and people have written letters, emails, and messages to me, and I've read them all, and I know clearly the feelings of these people and their comments. Therefore, if there is this shared worry in society, we should understand that we cannot really bulldoze it through society anymore, because if you do it, it is not going to help the launch of the subject. Recently, the administration has already made a series of adjustments in view of such worries, and this is to respond to the aspirations of the public and also to allay their worries. Now that with all these adjustments, I'm sure this incident should taper off, but then we have to take stock of the experience and think more about how the subject can be implemented. I'm worried, and I really don't hope that after the incident, people would steer clear of the entire subject. I think it really helps students if they understand the country and the development of the country. In fact, other people who share my view have also written widely in newspapers recently, and I can quote Professor Leung. He said that if we think about it, we know that abandoning MNE would hurt Hong Kong's economy. Hong Kong does not have any natural resources, and we cannot survive alone as an economic entity. We must act as a bridge between China and the world before we can have further development. In terms of employment, whoever understands China and the world has the opportunity to develop his career. All world-famous universities are competing to teach more about China, and this is what society wants. Some people say if you are aware of the news, you will understand China. Well, that's right, but it is not enough. I have met people who have never been to China in the last 20, 30 years. They would be eloquent in commenting on China, and very often Hong Kong students would think that they know China better when they exchanged with mainlanders. However, in the eyes of many mainlanders, Hong Kong people know nothing about contemporary China. If we can improve students' knowledge on China, it will make Hong Kong people more competitive. In higher secondary now, we do not have Chinese history anymore. I think that is a big mistake in our education reform. Without MNE, how can our young people compete in the future? I believe such arguments should be reflected upon by society, and I hope the EDB and society can have rational discussion from now on about the launch of MNE so that our young people can know contemporary China and understand the development of our country. We should continue to explore into the subject, but because of time constraint, I must talk about the performance of the Education Bureau on this matter. As I said, we would object to the motion, and we would disagree about the 3 amendments also. As you can see, the administration has already responded to the the aspirations of the public. They have already shelved the curriculum guide, so it's not realistic to ask to withdraw it. And in fact, the criticism on the CE is far from the truth, and even if Eddie Ng steps down, it will not help with the negative effect already made on society, so we will not support the motion. But reflecting on the Education Bureau, I think the officials there really have to take stock of the experience, especially when there was such worries about the MNE. Your responses indeed triggered more conflicts in society. I hope you will learn a lesson. You will really take stock of the experience.
Mr. Charles Mok. Mr. Deputy. Now, for all the citizens who have taken part in the marches, especially teachers and students, I pay my highest respect. They let us know the truth of this matter. I think the first question we need to ask about moral and national education is what we mean by moral and national education. The government has never explained why the morals of students have to be tied in with the with mainland. Does it mean that if we do not view view the mainland the same way as our central authorities do, they will become bad students. We talked about students as a piece of blank paper. Students should be allowed to learn their responsibilities and obligations as a member of our society. Unfortunately, the moral and national education subject proposed by the government only focused on instilling the pride in students and praising the mainland without any opportunity to cultivate their critical thinking. This is what we call brainwash education. It affects students. It also affects our society. Parents and students and teachers took to the streets, and many people gathered at the CGO, and we also saw a photo of people in black with arms crossed. Finally, the government agreed to shelve the curriculum guide. However, students and parents are left with no choice. They don't know how the schools would choose. They don't know whether to choose to participate in these classes. Under such circumstances, parents have no choice. They cannot accommodate their children to classes as well. Also, even when the curriculum guide is now shelved, or even if the subject is scrapped, it still cannot allay the concerns of parents, because the teaching materials which send praises to the Central People's Government have already spread among the community. The crux of the matter is whether the government has the determination to really withdraw the M&E subject, or are they really waiting for an opportunity to reinstate the subject to introduce brainwash education? There is an assessment system. It records all the mainland exchange activities of students. It also records the comments given by teachers when the students attend the flag-raising ceremony, whether they're touched, whether they're moved. So will there be any impact on the career and education prospects of students? All these were very unclear. The more they tried to explain, the more confusions there were. So parents became more concerned and worried. So what they could do is to prepare make a good record, and thereby the students would be forced to send praises. Well, some say that it's really it's really an over-worrying for people to say that students will be brainwashed because they are very smart. However, if we still have the subject, it's still like a sword hanging over their heads. They may still be subject to brainwashing. So when we teach our children to tell the truth, we are at the same time telling our children that they must lie in order to survive. As adults, if we don't protect them, but rather let them subject to such a situation, isn't it really our shame? We should let our children develop their creative thinking. We should not box them by forcing them to study more national education and say what the government wants to hear. We need talents for the new knowledge-based economy. We need to cultivate our next generation to adopt critical thinking. Mr. Deputy, finally, I hope that all the officials in the accountability system can listen to this. Mr. Eddie Ng is the Secretary for Education. He has failed to protect the interest of our next generation. On the contrary, he forced through the moral and national education. As member of the Hong Kong society, we are ashamed. So we hope that Mr. Ng can bear political responsibility for the incident, take the blame and step down. And since the Chief Executive, Mr. Leung, has mishandled the incident, I also support the expression of regret by this Council at Mr. Leung. Mr. Raymond Chan. Mr. Deputy, today we are debating on moral and national education. Many members have indicated their support for MNE, but unfortunately they even mispronounced the word national in Chinese. Some members, including Ms. Ann Chiang, mispronounced this word in Chinese. Well, some members from the Democratic camp as well, they also mispronounced the word. So we need to make this clear. The moral and national education is like a mirror that reveals the evil. It was pushed through hastily in September. It was proposed that there would be a deadline of 3 years. And the China model, which is teaching material, contained brainwashing materials. And after the pilot period of 3 years, it would have been disastrous to think about the consequence. And also other supporting measures like Chinese subject and also liberal studies, they've long been criticized. In particular, the Chinese history subject. The new senior academic structure was only implemented for 1 year, and yet the number of students enrolled in the subject had dropped to less than 10,000. On the other hand, the government subsidized the National Education Services Center with over $10 million to prepare the material which contains words like proactive, selfless, and united Central People's Government. And the secretary agreed that it was biased. Later on, he denied that it was teaching material. So when the lie was revealed, he then changed it, but still he wanted to force through the introduction of the subject so as to do the bidding of the Central People's Government. Now, Mr. Leung Chen-ying said again, time and again that it's reasonable to introduce moral and national education. In fact, Singapore was the only country that had moral and national education. Some members may say that, well, different countries also have this subject, but then they are of different names. So let's not make comparisons. Civic education contains history and culture. It's different from moral and national education, which emphasize on patriotism, etc. If we had not had any protest and marches and hunger strike, the government would not have agreed to shelve the curriculum guide. So from a practical point of view, although the curriculum guide had been shelved, the 530,000 support grant has been dispersed to schools already. Some schools, as a result, would introduce the subject. Even if they do not introduce the subject, there would be many exchange tours on the mainland. on the one hand, the government is saying that the curriculum guide is shelved. On the other hand, they intervene by providing financial support, etc. They blatantly turn an education policy into a political agenda. This is what they have to admit. So the government should really pay heed to public opinion and scrap the moral and national education subject. They should not confuse the society. And Mr. Ng, the secretary, should step down, because this is only reasonable. This can address the anger in the community. In fact, since the introduction of the accountability system, the officials have been harbored, and Mr. Leung actually set a bad example. Mr. Ng said that moral and national education allows students to understand our country. But in fact, Mr. Ng was trying to please the Central People's Government by introducing the subject and harming our next generation. Mr. Ng was being evasive. He hid behind our chief executive and Mrs. Carrie Lam. He let himself become a puppet and try to hide the truth. The Education Bureau has all along been subsidizing the teaching materials prepared by pro-China bodies. So Mr. Ng should face the truth. He should face the public. The Confucius said that trust by the people is very important. That means the official would rather die than to lose the faith amongst the people. Well, recently, although Mr. Paul Chan, the other secretary, has ranked the bottom among the public opinion survey, Mr. Ng should step down. He should be responsible. I so submit. Dr. Kwok-hung. Mr. Deputy.
Since the launching of national education, we can all clearly see that this is something that cannot win the support of all teachers, parents, and students. That's understandable, because since C.Y. Leung assumed office, everybody was expecting that he would be discharging the so-called 4 major political tasks, and he are actually liberalizing Northeast new territories and also opening up the individual visit scheme. But then shortly after he assumed office, he tried to roll out M&E. And we are debating this subject here in this chambers. We all know that, it's already outdated, because the administration has been using excuses to say that the subject has not been withdrawn or scrapped. But then, in response to public opinions, it has done some of the things that the public demanded. But then later on, at 6 p.m., we would see many students, many people from the education sector, many parents. They knew what's meant by brainwashing, what's meant by turning the students red. We had to do something concrete, and we should feel proud about these people, these students, these parents. Without them, Mr. Eddie Ng and Mr. C.Y. Leung, you have taken on board the political task given to you by the Beijing authorities. You would have rolled this out. Well, you talk about the 3-year deadline, but then there is no choice at all. After 3 years, you will have to launch the M&E subject, whatever you think. So what's meant by being a national of a country? It means that every national of a country should enjoy equal rights, and they should also have equal obligations towards the country. But then in our country, what kind of rights do they enjoy? With the one-party autocracy, do people have the right to choose their leaders and their government? In today's Hong Kong, you can see that in this chambers, you can see in this council, half of the members are returned from the functional constituencies. They do not have the public or the people's mandate, and Mr. Eddie Ng and you yourself, or even C.Y. Leung himself, they have not obtained the public's mandate, so they were returned by small circle elections, and actually they were just pawns of the Western District's liaison office, and therefore you have no mandate from the people to launch MNE. But then if you had to do it, then you should have done it properly. You should have told the public of Hong Kong and even our nationals that are being nationals of China, number one, the country, the government, and the political party should respect every citizen in our country, in our great country, in our great motherland. History has been distorted. There was no massacre in June 4th, and there were only very few people die in Tiananmen Square, and Li Wangyang was described as having committed suicide. So as Hong Kong citizens, as Chinese nationals, and for those from the education sector, should we tell our great motherland, we should tell our motherland what is right, what is wrong, and we should allow our motherland to have a chance to properly launch or teach Chinese history, so that we will tell what's right, what's wrong. We will be able to distinguish what's right and what's wrong. But then under the curriculum guide China model, it says that we would only be reporting the good news and we would not be reporting the bad news. And the Chinese Communist Party has been described as a proactive, selfless, and united political power. And in order to safeguard territorial integrity and for the interest of its people, they have done a lot of things. But then what we have seen is that they are just consolidating their power, and for the purpose of ensuring one-party autocracy, they would do whatever they have to in order to stay in power. But then as Chinese nationals, we simply cannot swallow those. Today, we can see that many people have come forward, many parents have come forward. I believe that every demonstrator can see that many parents have taken their children with them. Even infants and babies have been taken to the street. Many of them took to the street for the first time, and they opposed the government's policy. And when we asked them why they had come forward, they said that if I do not do this, then I would not be doing justice for my children and kids. And many parents simply cannot put up with this, and they think that the administration is distorting the truth, and they cannot put up with this practice of the administration of not respecting history, and therefore they have come forward. And thanks to them, today, for the time being, in Hong Kong, we do not have to launch the MNE subject. But then, as we can see, we cannot afford to be complacent because it's everywhere. If you look at some of the publishing houses, well, in the Chinese textbook, they also talk about students need to learn how they can love their country. And in P6 textbook, and there are 20 pages in a pro-communist or pro-China school. And they also said that you have to eulogize Mao Zedong. And Mao Zedong said in 1941 that what China lacked was democracy. And he promised Chinese people, and the biggest promise that he made to the Chinese people, he did not honor his promise. That is democracy. He owed Chinese people democracy. And, well, Mr. Eddie Ng, I don't have any expectation on you, but then as an accountability official, worldwide, in the political arena, accountability officials would have to take responsibility for their political mistakes, and they had to step down for any failure, and therefore it's time for you to bow out. These are my remarks. Mr. Ng Leung Sing. President, here I'd like to share my personal view on national education. Well, there is a common saying that, we have this global village, and therefore with globalization, we are actually talking about globalization of the entire world. But then if you look at different member states of the United Nations, they will always take their country first. And all the governments would enhance their nationals' understanding of their own countries, and they would try to increase their nationals' identification with the country. For example, in Australia, they would pledge their affiliation to Her Majesty, but now they no longer do this. In their national anthem, they would try to pledge their affiliation with their own country. And now the administration tried to launch the MNE subject, and initially we all felt that this was only right, and that was also in line with the global trends. Indeed, before the reunification in Hong Kong, there were different schools with different affiliations and political affiliations, and we adopted a very inclusive approach, and schools were allowed to do whatever they like with respect to civic education and national education. How come now people are demanding that schools should withdraw this subject so that no school would be allowed to launch this subject? One cannot but think that after the reunification, we are actually doing even worse than the colonial government. With regard to the curriculum guide on the MNE subject, this document was developed by the CDC for the purpose of introducing the MNE subject in secondary and primary school, and it sets out the mission and objectives of the subject, and the purpose is to nurture students so that they can have positive values, so that they can have good personality, and they can have a good national quality in order to enrich their lives, so that as individuals and their relationship with their families and communities and also the country and the entire world, they would be able to have a proper national identity. So this is a very rich guide, and we actually talk about the natural resources of our country and also the heritage and monuments, and we should take heed of the developments in the country. We should reflect on ourselves. And I think teacher has a lot of freedom in doing what they think fit in teaching the subject, and schools also have autonomy. So how can we call that brainwashing? In the education sector, as some colleagues have said, professors from the Hong Kong UST, Professor Lui Ting-ming, also wrote articles in the newspapers. He said that time after time, when he read the curriculum guide and when he tried to rationally analyze the curriculum guide, you can only say that he was only able to identify some minor problems, but then there were no big mistakes or problems. So that's the understanding of Professor Lui, and that also would be a counter-argument to those who criticize the curriculum guide as a brainwashing guide. And also, there are arguments that are not entirely correct that have been leveled by the Anti-National Education Alliance, and they said that we are trying to introduce some mainland concepts into Hong Kong. In fact, if you look at the situation on the mainland, many changes have taken place over the years. For example, actually, they would also read classics, and that would also change people's thinking. And in fact, there have been a lot of changes on the mainland, and for bookstores on the mainland, they also talk about what's happening in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, including some academics and scholars. For example, Professor Tian Mu, he wrote books on the history of China. And there are other professors who also wrote about the situation in the Tang Dynasty. And so these are classics and also history, or Chinese history. And there are also books on the late Qing Dynasty. So these were allowed to be published on the mainland. Understanding China would, for the individuals themselves and also for the SAR as a whole, good because we are very closely related to China. And from Wikipedia, you can see that, when the Hong Kong U was established or founded in 1911, the then governor of Hong Kong, Mr. Luat, he was very visionary. And he said that the University of Hong Kong was established for the purpose of China. And over the years, with closer links with the mainland, in 2001, if you look at the total export, some 53% were exported to the mainland, and only 9.9% were to the U.S. And the different universities in Hong Kong have also set up their branches on the mainland, and also for the young people from Hong Kong, many of them also go and work in China. And therefore, by launching the MNE subject in Hong Kong, that would increase the understanding of our younger generation of China, and that would be very important when they try to work in the mainland. I'd also like to quote an academic, that is Professor Kwok. He also made the following enlightening remarks. And Mr. Fok To Fui said that I suggest that the younger generation should widen their horizon because it's only right that we should introduce national education in Hong Kong, despite the fact that we had very complex situations in Hong Kong. But then if we do not introduce national education in Hong Kong, we would only aggravate the conflict between China and Hong Kong. And by closing the doors, we are actually shutting ourselves up from China. China and Hong Kong are inexplicably linked economically, and to segregate Hong Kong from China would be very dangerous. And therefore, I believe that for students receiving national education, so that they would learn along the way, and that would only be good. Thank you.
Dr. Lam Tai Fai. President, hard lesson has been learned by the administration in the launch of MNE subject, and this is a total mess. I am really saddened by this. I believe whether it be this term or the last term of government, I think they have done a really bad job. Now we are in a lose-lose situation. We have been reunited with the country for 15 years. Hong Kong people should understand the country. We should understand contemporary China, and that is only right. In fact, Hong Kong's development will be so closely linked with everything on the mainland. If we do not have an adequate understanding of the country, of contemporary China, it will not be good to society and our younger generation. But the 2 terms of government have been careless and incompetent in tackling the MNE subject, and that is why the subject cannot be launched now. If we say the launch of the subject is a political mission, then the 2 terms of government have let down the central government. If it had been your own policy, then it is because of your own incompetence that Hong Kong people have lost an invaluable opportunity to learn about moral and national education. President, I have said many times that the approach and philosophy adopted by the administration would not work. In Hong Kong, there are over 1,000 secondary and primary schools with different missions and visions and objectives. They also have different backgrounds, manpower contingency, and also resources. But the administration thought that it had conducted wide and comprehensive consultation, and it had gone for a broad brush approach, and to say that there would be a 3-year initiation period for all schools, and after that MNE should become an independent subject. They had turned a blind eye to the unique difficulties of each school in terms of the curriculum formulation, teacher training, etc. If your education policy is not school-based, if you turn a blind eye to the basic and fundamental difficulties of schools, if you only go for riding roughshod on the schools, would you ever think, or should you ever think, that you would be successful? As I said, the 2 terms of government had been most incompetent and careless in tackling the matter, so an education matter has evolved into a social issue. You have put in huge resources for the writing of the China Model Teaching Manual, but because the content is biased, it has caused a tempest. This tempest is the M&E tempest. The stakeholders, teachers, parents, and students have made use of different ways and means to express their worries, their objection, and their aspirations. There was such a big cry across the spectrum of the entire society. Students came to have a sit-in outside the government complex. Somebody said that classes should be boycotted, and some people went on hunger strike, and then you suddenly awoke to the issue, and then you knew that you did not come to grips with the actual situation and reality. And as you know, a mess can create heroes, and one Joshua Wong has thrown Eddie Ng off his stance, and Eva Chen Shikzi has also caused quite a stir within the administration. And now things have developed to this stage. I think the administration is already totally devoid of the ability to launch the MAE. At the beginning, there was the initiation period, and now the curriculum guide has been shelved. It will not become an independent subject. But then this fire has already caused a big wedge through this different strata in society, and the administration has lost its credibility and authority. You have lost much. President Mr. Ip Kin-yuen has moved to withdraw the guide and to ask Eddie Ng to step down. I believe there is a lot of room for maneuver between whether this should be done and whether this should not be done. I think a M&E subject should really wind down to its end. But I don't think we should be bogged down by the wording withdraw or shelve, because it will only cause more attrition. But as to whether Eddie Ng should step down because of this matter, members here, of course, can freely express their views. But Mr. Eddie Ng once said that he would not overreact to the motion. I cannot identify with that attitude. Mr. Minister, if you had been bracing the difficulties, if you had accepted criticism, if you had made use of the biggest benevolence and your wisdom in order to tackle the issue, then you do not have to overreact to such a criticism. But then, first of all, you have to reflect upon the issue and do some soul searching. Did you do a good job? You talked about the silent majority supporting you. That is really very biased. Mr. President, I hope the administration should learn from this hard lesson and consult the public widely and comprehensively again, and to spend more time to try to forge a consensus in the community amongst the stakeholders. And you should really collect views from the community. And we should not only look at primary and secondary schools. The MNE should be a policy to educate the entire public. It should be a continuous and comprehensive task. Whether or not you are of a age bracket or a certain gender, you should have the opportunity to come to learn about MNE without a brainwashing factor. I shouldn't think we should be bogged down by whether we should withdraw anything, but Eddie Ng has indeed fallen short of public expectation. Maybe he should not have to step down, but I hope he would really seriously apologize to the public. I hope you would not be miserly with the apology. Thank you. Mr. Michael Teen. Thank you, President. Since the reunification, the community has been talking about MNE and increasing people's identity building and also understanding of the country amongst the younger generation. We have had one country, two systems for 15 years. I believe the younger generation is seriously devoid of their knowledge about China. The administration has decided not to withdraw the subject, but to shelve the curriculum guide. It means now it is anarchy. Schools can do whatever they want. And parents' worries have not been allayed. I understand this is a kind of political compromise, but I'm of the view that this may not be a responsible way to act. I have been in contact with parents in the districts. Many who support MNE are concerned that now there is no curriculum guide. When schools teach MNE, they can do anything within a very big spectrum, from singing praises blindly about the country or to negate the country wholesale. If people go to such extremes, there will be a wedge drawn among the younger generation. I'm of the view that whether or not MNE will be an independent subject, schools can always disperse its contents in civic education and moral education and other subjects, and it will be up to schools to exercise their professional judgment. But what is most important is that the content should not be biased, it should be neutral. A curriculum guide that is widely accepted by the people of Hong Kong should be for schools' reference. My ideal MNE should include, number one, teaching positive and negative aspects of the country. Two, teachers should not register their own stance about anything. They should only supply the facts. They should only provide the different discussions and comments on the facts. And number three, there should not be a scoring system. Number four, when assessment is done, the students' stance or affective reaction should not be the criteria, but rather students' arguments. So the younger generation can still harbor the most treasured value of Hong Kong people, and that is room for independent thinking. In other words, many opposition members targeted MNE, saying that it would stifle our room for independent thinking. But actually, MNE can do otherwise. The teaching of MNE can be done in such a way that it can enhance the space or room for independent thinking for the younger generation. If the EDB would revise the curriculum guide and can achieve the four indicators I talked about, so it would be for the reference of society and schools. With time, there will be examples of success for the launch of MNE, and they will be doing something demonstrative for schools, and then the younger generation will be able to understand China. The fresh fish traders school has stood firm on its stance to launch the subject, but it has an open mind. It says it welcomes monitoring by the entire society. If we also have a revised guide, as I said, I'm sure students will benefit, parents will be reassured, schools will have their autonomy, and the public will find this acceptable. Mr. President, that is all from me.
Mr. Tam Yu-chung. Mr. President, if we go back to look at the records, all the civic party, democratic parties, all the party members who opposed moral and national education, in fact, urged the government to introduce moral and education and national education in 2008. In fact, during the 2008 election, the chairman of the Professional Teachers Union suggested that moral and national education should be introduced so that students can learn about their home country. And in October 2008, during the question and answer session, Ms. Tanya Chan from Civic Party said, I recognize moral and national education is part of the three pillars. It can allow young people to know more about the development in mainland. So there should be comprehensive national education End of quote. Well, of course, you might say that in the past, yes, we might have supported national education, but now this MNE is brainwash education. This was suggested by a number of members just now. They said that it's brainwashing, is a tint of red, and therefore the government must withdraw the MNE subject. However, the curriculum guide of MNE has now been shelved, and it's up to schools to decide whether to introduce the subject or not. And on this issue, the government no longer plays any role in this matter. So all the allegations of brainwashing, etc., is mistrust in the teachers in Hong Kong. Why are you suggesting that the MNE should be scrapped? Are you going back on your words? All the political parties and groups against MNEs during the anti-MNE campaign resorted to tactics during the Cultural Revolution era. For those who supported MNE or who had reservations about MNE, or those who did not make a clear stance, they were subject to criticisms. For example, Mr. Tate, the former deputy chairman of the Democratic Party, said that the curriculum guide of MNE is not a brainwashing tool, and then he was subject to much criticisms. He was subject to much pressure. So this tactic of suppressing the freedom of speech is, in fact, another way of brainwashing. Let me quote another example. There was a parent who did not follow other teachers' suggestion that they should oppose MNE, and then she received through email a number of criticisms, and she was even alleged of having family members who were communist. She did not regret, however. She said, quote, "Since when has Hong Kong people been deprived of the freedom of remaining silent?" End of quote. Now, this morning I read the newspaper, and again this Madam Watt received some nude pictures of a man purporting to be a threat. So apart from making accusations, those opposing MNE kept on causing nuisance to schools that intends to roll out MNE. For example, the Baptist Leung Primary School and Fresh Fish Traders School. And some even asked the principals to step down. The Baptist Leung School eventually gave up the introduction of MNE. Whereas Mr. Leung Kei-chang, the principal of Fresh Fish Traders School, which would continue to introduce MNE, said that these objectors were actually resorting to any means to achieve their goals, and they were stepping way out of line. And recently, some citizens shared with me a clip on YouTube. It's about the MNE from the point of view of an ordinary people, and it was prepared by a 20-year-old. The clip lasted for 9 minutes, and the author talked about how MNE was demonized and how the people from the opposition camp were portrayed as heroes. So on this motion and the several amendments, the DAB will vote against them. Mr. Frederick Fung. Mr. President, a point of order, Mr. President. Yes, go ahead. I have a point of order, Mr. President. Because after you called upon Mr. Ip Kin-yuen, I thought you would not preside over this meeting. Well, go ahead. About this National Education Services Center, I understand that you are one of the board members. So should you be presiding over this part of the meeting? I don't think that the title, as quoted by you, are in any way in conflict with the motion. If a member has made a speech that requires my ruling, and if my ruling may cause worries among members because of my holding of this title, I will avoid. I will recuse myself from the meeting. Ms. Claudia Mo. Just now, Mr. Raymond Chan talked about the pronunciation of the word national or Kwok in Chinese. And just to supplement, there is also another word, administrative region. The word in Chinese was not properly pronounced by Ms. N. Chang. Mr. Ip Kin-yuen, mover of this motion, was questioned by Ms. Chang. She asked if the secretary were replaced, would a proper job be done? Well, I don't think this type of challenge should be seen in this chamber, just like we have the former chief executives, Mr. Tong Shi-hwa and Mr. Donald Zhang and Mr. Leung Chen-ying. Can we say that, well, if you're so smart, why don't you be the chief executive? We must not say something like that. Does it mean that if we're not that smart, we will be deprived of the right to move motions? Does it mean that we cannot be a critique of books or movies because I'm not the director or the author? Would the author ask me to write the book instead? It's really illogical. Just now, Mrs. Regina Yip and Dr. M. Tai Fai talked about the affection for our country and also national education in Canada, UK, and Australia. I don't see how these examples are relevant to our topic of discussion today, because for all these three Western countries, all the governments are elected, whereas for our government, it's not elected. They do not have the public's mandate. Now, members, there is a new immigrant in Tinshui Wai. This mother called me. She said that she is applying for school places for her child, and she is very worried, first of all, because of the school places being taken up by children born to non-local parents. And secondly, she said when she visited the schools and talked to the school principals, they showed great affection for the country. So you would understand the sarcasm in the tone of this new immigrant's remarks. Those words were said in quotes. So some teachers, some school principals might have been brainwashed by the government. Perhaps some incentives have been provided. But this education system is really worrying. And I think that the whole MNE subject should be scrapped. It should be withdrawn. And Mr. Ng basically is just repeating the same incident. He's adopting an official stance. And about the allegation that MNE subject means brainwashing, he has not made any response. Dr. Lam Tai-fai said that it's really regretful because education should be about education. But he has forgotten this point. If we want the society to have a real change, we should have a revolution, but it's impossible for us to have a revolution in Hong Kong. So what we should do is education, history, politics, and they are closely connected with the society. And the schools are only talking about affection for mainland. So how can mothers be reassured? Secretary, I also like to remind you I'm sorry, I have a flu today. As a person, Secretary, I do not have any views, but as an accountable official, I must say this. Just now, another member said that the secretary should not be solely responsible for the incident. There should be a whole dedicated team for it. But when I was a reporter in the early 80s, there were a series of plane crashes on the mainland. And they didn't ask a whole team to be responsible. Rather, the Minister for the Civil Aviation resigned. He didn't cause the disasters. It wasn't a fault of his own. But as the Minister, he should resign. I so submit.
Mr. Christopher Chung. President, this is the first motion debate of this Council in a new term, and the Education representative, Mr. Ip Kin-yuen, moved this motion of burning the books and burying the scholars. So he was trying to burn the MNE curriculum guide, and for all the advocates of the subject, he's proposing that they all be dismissed. And as a representative from the education sector, he's confusing the truth with the untruth, and he's portraying black as white. Indeed, those who have refused to talk to the administration is those who advocated the scrapping of the subject, and they've also alleged that the biased book of the Chinese model was the subject itself, and therefore they've adopted this three no's policy. That is no negotiation, no deferral, and no improvement. So these are the people who should have taken responsibility for the current state of affairs. And I think the truth is known to all. And while the problem is fading, the focus of attention should have been placed on our economy and people's livelihood. And yet, Mr. Ip Kin-yuen is now moving this motion, and he's trying to reinstigate the dispute or the saga, and he's actually escalating this to a political level. And he's taking advantage of this education subject. He's actually forcing the official concerned to step down. I think the administration has made concession after concession. The administration has already scrapped the deadline for introducing the subject, and schools are now given the autonomy to decide whether or not and when they're going to launch the subject and how they're going to teach the subject. And if Mr. Ip insists on the scrapping of the subject altogether, it means that even for schools which would like to introduce the subject, they would not be allowed to do so. And even for students who would like to study the subject, they would not be allowed to do so. I think this is an overkill. And this would also be an interference with the autonomy of schools. And as a representative from the education sector, is that what he should be doing to his voters? Mr. Ip asked that the MNE subject be withdrawn. It shows that he doesn't have faith in his own voters. He does not believe in the professionalism of teachers. He does not believe in schools' autonomy. He's worried that schools would try to brainwash their students. And I also have some friends who are my university peer students who are also teachers, and they would be very professional. They would not be brainwashing the students. So I think I think the core of the problem is not whether you should teach MNE, because in Europe and in the US, they also have national education. We should not just say that because of some biased teaching materials, national education should be would be branded as brainwashing. Because, for example, in Japan, they also emphasize that Diaoyu Islands belong to Japan. But then we should not say that we should give up on eating because of a fear of choking. We are against brainwashing in education. We should nurture our future generations so that they should care for their country and they should understand their country. I think this is something that all parents and teachers would agree with. Mr. President, education is about the blossoming of different ideas, and different ideas should be able to be disseminated. For example, in the US, in the universities, they also study Marxism and communism. And in their country, they would not legislate to force these universities to withdraw those subjects. It's like what is happening in Hong Kong. In many universities, they also have contemporary China and Chinese studies and so on. And according to that principle, does it mean that all the universities in Hong Kong should also withdraw those subjects? In the original motion, what is most unreasonable is that it's banning schools and it's preventing schools from enjoying their autonomy, and they are actually barring students from studying the subject. Even if they are doing so voluntarily, they would be banned from that. So you're actually sacking officials as you like. So whoever supports this, they will have to be reprimanded and they will have to step down. And so this is autocracy. And Mr. Ip, do you really want to be Emperor Qin in this council? And in different education forums, you've often criticized the councillors from the former term, and they had the veto power. For example, Mr. Chairman Kwok, on the 25th of April this year, he moved a motion on defending the autonomy of schools, and there should also be academic freedom. But then, unfortunately, his successor, Mr. Ip Kin-yuen, you're actually preaching something, but then in fact you are doing something. You're doing something differently. You're actually interfering academic freedom. You are undermining the autonomy of schools. These are my remarks, Mr. President. I'm against the original motion as well as other amendments. Thank you, Mr. Ronnie Tong. President, when I speak in this council, very often I have this strange feeling. Is it that on our side and on their side, we are living in two different worlds? Because often at time, I have the feeling that we are actually talking at different or cross purposes. How come we are so different from them? Well, I've sat here all day and I've listened to the talks or speeches about integration with China, but then there is no mentioning of the core values of Hong Kong. And I heard the education minister. He said that many people supported him, but then he also did not refer to the core values of Hong Kong. And also I heard the pro-establishment councillors' speeches, and Mr. Christopher Chung also referred to burying the scholars and also burning the books. It's really very scary. But then what's the point in dispute today? How come there are so many Hong Kong people, Hong Kong parents, they have to take to the streets in order to attack the government? That's because of the so-called national education, and it touches a raw nerve in terms of the core values of Hong Kong people. So it's not about the the gap between the rich and the poor. It's not about the value of integration between Hong Kong and China. How come it is an issue about Hong Kong people's core values? It's not about whether we should have national education. It's about the definition of national education and how it should be rolled out. Have you thought about this? So please don't say that, well, worldwide we have this. Yes, that's true. And worldwide we have elephants, but then would you be taking the elephant to an ordinary ceramic shop? No, you would not be doing that. Well, for the Baptist Leung Choi Primary School at P2, they had a teaching material from the Education Bureau, and the title is that I learned how to sing the national anthem. It's okay to sing the national anthem, but then it teaches the students that you should take pride in being a Chinese national, and when you sing the national anthem, you should be touched and you should feel tearful. All right, June 4th touched me, and I was on the verge of tears coming down. But then when I see the hoisting of our national flag, I would not feel moved. Does it mean that I'm not a Chinese national? This is a question of how national education should be defined, and it's also about how it's to be implemented. Well, in Leung Choi Primary School, they're asking the students to feel glad about being Chinese nationals, but then they are actually asking the students to chant, to shout that I am pleased that I'm a Chinese national. So what kind of national education is this? Honestly, you're actually doing this like a spoon feeding the duck, and you're actually asking them to love the country without questioning. If my son, after attending a class, if my 4-year-old son come back home after attending school, and if he shouted, well, I am proud of being a Chinese national, then I would be scared. So what kind of national education is this? What's meant by brainwashing? This is what I'm referring to. So when you were studying at a school, did you receive such education? Well, you're also a Chinese national. Did you lose anything? Would you feel regrettable if you did not learn this? Well, both you and I did not receive such education, and we did not feel any regret. How come we are actually requiring our students to undergo such trauma? And also, the liaison officer Kwok-hung also said that in Western countries, they also had such brainwashing. This is international practice, and some said that we should teach our students so that they would be able to exercise their judgment, but then that should be done at university level. It's not at the secondary or primary level. If you do not listen to the Central People's Government, then how could you call that national education at all? So such remarks was circulated in a community for a long time, but then as the education minister, you never came out to say this. Well, please do not mislead us into believing that this is something different or this is something else. Well, you'll have a chance to respond to that. What's most worrying about such remarks is that national education has been defined as an education that would teach people to love their government. But then loving your own country is different from loving your government. If you look at the US and the UK and other countries, well, by national education, yes, the students would be required to sing their national anthem every day, but then would they be taught to admire and appreciate Obama and also the Bush administration or Clinton? No, sorry, they would not be required to do so. By national education is just a form of civic education. You will have to understand the culture and history of your own country, and as a result of that, you would develop this sense of identity with your own country. But then under the curriculum guide of MNE, what it says is that you will have to understand the economic development of our country and how great our country is. You will have to admire and appreciate the contribution by our state leaders. So have you read that? So is what is required of a P1 student. So how old are these students? And even Kenneth Chan would admit that these are students or pupils who haven't yet developed their sense of judgment or critical thinking, and you're actually blindly requiring them to do this, and they have yet to develop the ability to distinguish the right from the wrong, and whether or not there might be conflict between the different incidents and so on. So by teaching them, you should not take it for granted. You should not treat Hong Kong people as fools. You should not treat Hong Kong people as people who do not understand the country. Actually, we have all undergone education, so please do not make that mistake. I'll give you a chance to respond.
Mr. Ma Fung Kwok, what's the problem? Mr. Christopher Chung. Mr. Ronnie Tong mentioned my name. I'd like to clarify. In my speech, I clearly mentioned that the core values of Hong Kong people were to safeguard our freedom of speech and also autonomy of the schools. He did not hear that. I don't know whether it was because of his political prejudice that therefore he was deaf to my remark. Mr. Ma Fung Kwok. Mr. President, to many foreigners, Hong Kong is a place where East meets West, and that is why Hong Kong is so attractive as a metropolis. That includes our relationship with China and our understanding of China. Given the global trend, everybody knows the importance of understanding China. And Hong Kong, because of this MNE subject, has caused waves and waves of opposition in society. In the MNE subject, whenever the achievements of the country are mentioned, they were labeled as brainwashing, even if it was just mentioning the achievement of astronauts. And some people were hissed and booed when they raised a slogan to praise China. On the contrary, when people hoist the colonial flag, nobody objected. Well, if you are worried about the subject and the curriculum guide, you can voice your views and seek solutions. President, I support the rolling out of MNE subject, but if there is no consensus, if the administration would push it through as an independent subject, and so there is a great controversy in society, I would have reservations. But this time around, society did not really discuss the subject, and there was no atmosphere of mutual respect. Once there was a voice supporting MNE, you would be criticized, and if you support it on the FB page, you would be bullied, and teachers are asked to register their stance.
Sorry.
I still remember teachers were forced to sign on the Charter of Conscience as if everybody was subject to a moral audit on MNE subject. I remember after the disintegration of the USSR, there was no banning of the activities of the Communist Party. The U.S. film industry of the last generation could not forget the anti-communist ideas that would hurt humanity. As was said, I might not agree with what you said, but I would defend to my death your right to say it. And harmony is not about 100 people saying the same thing, but when 100 people say not the same thing, they show mutual respect. However, in this atmosphere of objecting MNE, I think it is a far cry from inclusivity and mutual respect. I am also concerned about the China Model Teaching Manual and the problems that arose from it. I am aware that the Hong Kong BU Advanced Institute for Contemporary China Studies has said many times that actually it has quoted from Western and Chinese scholars, and the controversy around the proposal that partisan fights would make people suffer or multi-party politics could make victimize people. That was only in the section on extended reading. If indeed the teaching manual was trying to brainwash students, it did not have to mention many negative incidents that happened. And I'm also aware of the Hong Kong Development Report 2012, which was released in June, well before the dispute around the M&E erupted. I can quote from page 74 of that report. It's also written by the Hong Kong BU Advanced Institute for Contemporary China Studies. It said that rather than forcing through the M&E subject and its identity-building ideas, which would only cause a big outcry, we should withdraw the subject, but to include China content in other subjects like history, civic education, so that the ideas can still be expressed. However, a lot of facts have been distorted, hidden, and have been neglected in this dispute. I believe the administration's shelving of the curriculum guide should not spell the end of the M&E subject, but it should spell a new beginning. The administration should lead society to reflect again how we can teach younger generation about China. Some surveys have said that after reunification, only 10% of our students are of the view that the Opium War is a kind of aggression from Western countries. And of course, many of our students just could not tell the chronology between July 7th, the Lu Kou-chiao incident, and also another incident in our history. Now we understand that Chinese history is only an elective, not a compulsory subject. Therefore, very few people are reading it. In the DSE this year, only 9,000 people set the Chinese history examination instead of 45,000 that we had. So it is ridiculous. I hope this wrong would be righted, that you would build a subject that would include Chinese history, art, geography, etc., so that the younger generation can understand the country more. About the motion that the minister should step down, I believe the administration and the secretary have already responded to what Mr. Ip Kin-yuen is asking to do. They have already formulated a new policy. So it's not reasonable, not fair to ask Eddie Ng to step down. I would object to the motion, and I cannot support the amendments either. Mr. Albert Ho. President, this is the first debate of this term of LegCo. We have started our debates with a pointed issue, and I think it's very meaningful because it reveals the values of many members and also the basic attitudes towards certain issues of members. I hope in the days to come we can still have such pointed debates. First, I was a little surprised to hear from the Deputy Chairman of DAB, Dr. Anne Chiang, her very impassioned criticism. I never knew that she could be so fierce. And the first line she said was, "What is happening?" She lashed out on the pan-democrats on many fronts. But let us look at the facts. The first thing she said was, during the consultation period, everybody identified with the M&E subject, that the directions proposed were embraced. In a moment, I would reiterate the stance all along of the pan-democrats in a moment. But let's talk about schools and parents. Is it really, as what the DAB is insisting, that the views were unanimous? Well, the administration was trying to hide the facts, and that is why a month ago, first of all, the SCMP and then the Apple Daily reporters were requesting the administration to reveal the consultation results when the consultation was done a few a year ago, and then they asked for it according to the right to information, and then the administration said that it would breach the code on privacy, and it refused to do so. But then under pressure, the administration knew that members would follow up on the issue, and indeed on October 4th, the administration revealed the results, and the administration actually knew that over 53% of primary schools said in September last year that they would not like to launch the subject this year, and 62% of secondary schools also said no. So you can see there were a lot of hesitation, and the administration was not willing to expose or reveal that information, but that was known to Eddie Ng. So how can you say that there was consensus that we are backtracking? That is ridiculous. And secondly, Tam Yu-chung and Ann Chang said time and again, and they attacked the PTU, the CP, and also DP, saying that we have changed tack. But look, there was a debate back then. It's in the Hansard. It's very clear what the debate was about. If you read the Hansard, you would know that it cannot be simplified to say that we supported it. Frankly, as a Chinese Hong Konger or a Hong Kong Chinese, as a Chinese national living in Hong Kong, as a global citizen, why should I object to knowing more about China? It's a big country and I'm closely related to it. Why would I object to children learning about morality and humanity? We would not object to it. But what is this MNE about? The biggest problem is we have good reasons to suspect that what you are doing embodies an agenda which seeks to inculcate and mold national thoughts that you would like to see. And such national thoughts would mean that one should only look at the bright side of the country, that you would only sing praises of the country's achievements. And also you would like to build an identity that when people only look at the bright side of the country, and people should be so touched, that they should be so effectively moved, they should shed tears. This is not M&E that we want to see, because people are not going to be taught with independent analytical abilities. So the Democrats would not resist such education, but in fact we reprimanded or regretted the colonial government that all the time when we were a colony, Chinese history was not made a mandatory subject. I mentioned that in the past. We said that M&E should provide even more knowledge to our younger generation about universal values. This is what M&E, it should be in our eyes. We should understand the history of our country, we should embrace the right values, and we should know our rights and responsibilities of a citizen. We can do that through the subject of civic education. If you still point your finger at the Pan-Democrats to say that we have distorted M&E, it's not fair. Ms. Starry Lee mentioned that during the electrical election, M&E always cropped up as an issue. And she said she would not support the bulldozing of it. But if that was the case, why is it that in many debates we said that we should indefinitely move the initiation period backward? Why would you not support it? Why did you support the C.Y. Leung's government's timetable for implementing the curriculum guide and having the subject after the initiation period? You said that you would not like to adopt high-pressure tactics, but at that time that was your approach. You supported riding roughshod over the people, and that is why the Secretary for Education has to face this today, and that is why C.Y. Leung has to backtrack like what he is doing. Many people would think that this is a shame. You are responsible for this. You the pro-government party were incalcitrant in your support for this government policy that did not win the hearts and minds of the people. You have a big responsibility in that. And Secretary, you are an accountability official. You should really be accountable, and therefore I will support the motion.
Ms. Ho. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, in today's debate, I find that a number of members are not clear about the concepts of moral and national education and civic education. We all say that we have the responsibility to know more about our country, to understand more about the geography and arts and culture of China. I totally agree. We also have the responsibility to know more about the political system of China, to protect the citizens of China. But may I refer you to the debate, the motion debate in June. This matter was very clear. I don't know whether you're doing the bidding of the central authorities, therefore you changed the name to national education. But let me say it once again, the difference between civic education and national education is that for civic education, people are encouraged to criticize the government or even oppose the government or even suggest that the government be replaced. They must not follow blindly the one party's lead. This is what is called civic education. This is what we called learning about the behavior of mainland people. Secretary, can you in a moment tell us what it is about? Actually, what we should object to is brainwashing. Brainwashing can be done by other means other than moral and national education and even civic education. There was a worksheet prepared by a school, and it says, well, what is your feeling towards the athletes in China earning, winning so many gold medals? The student answered that there isn't much feeling. The student doesn't understand why, out of all the questions that could have been asked, the student was being asked about his feelings. In fact, there is a definition for brainwashing, and there is a book called Thought Reform in English. The book talks about how somebody, the process of how somebody gives up his own thinking. By rolling out effective education at the primary level, it's a kind of brainwashing. So it's not about whether the teaching material is biased, whether it's true or not, because if you go online, you can find out whether what the textbook says is true or not. What is problematic is the assessment process. If you're not moved during a flag-raising ceremony, the teacher will have to ask the students to reflect upon themselves. By making use of criticisms and reprimanding the students are not are deprived of the freedom to have their own thinking or feelings, and when they grow up, they can do nothing but follow the majority. This is a kind of brainwashing. Some people pretend to believe, they pretend to fall asleep, but some people genuinely believe. Some people dare not air their grievances despite their disbelief. Mr. President, I know some people who were educated abroad. They had the freedom to discuss about the politics, and yet they supported the Gang of Four. And later on, when Kwok-hung became an official, they blindly supported Mr. Hua, and these students used to believe in Mr. Hua, and yet later on he was sent to jail and he was criticized by Jiang Qing. So wouldn't these students feel embarrassed? Well, the true believers are subject to the tragedy of brainwashing. This is also a national disaster. So for those who claim themselves to be patriots, well, please have a look at these facts. You should make effort in the interest of people of China. You should protect our next generation. You should let them have independent thinking. Mr. President, what we should do next is to prepare teaching materials that can really cultivate civic ideas. And there should be a channel for parents to monitor every school. And thirdly, there should be an enhancement on the understanding of pluralism and inclusion. This is about a long battle of cultural values. So on behalf of all the citizens taking part in the anti-brainwashing campaign and all the students, I am against brainwashing. Mr. Tommy Zhang. Mr. President, the moral and national education subject stirred up a storm. It subsided somewhat, but if the government thinks that it has come to an end, it's not true. And think that it can let bygones be bygones, and it's not true. The original intention of the subject is good. But because of the bureaucratic attitude of government officials, they did not pay heed to public opinions. In the end, moral and national education became a negative word, and it hinders the development of MNE. There were earlier concerns about moral and national education being an independent subject. And the School Principals Association in August 2011 issued statements and letters over and again saying that in terms of the assessment methods and the curriculum, different schools have different views, and the association urged the government to have communication with the community and allow schools to adopt different approaches in introducing the subject. However, the government had failed to pay heed to the views of the education sector. In July this year, when the matter was stirred up, as said by Mr. James Tin, the government had failed to postpone the introduction of the subject and restart the consultation process. The matter stirred up into quite an ordeal. MNE is not something evil. It's been 15 years since reunification. It is our duty to know more about our country. Just like as said by the principal of Fresh Fish Traders School, MNE should not be just about singing praises or smearing the country. The initiation period of MNE had been abolished. The curriculum guide had been shelved. So in essence, they're gone. But 4 schools will nevertheless introduce the subject. In particular, the Fresh Fish Trader School will draft its own curriculum guide in order to gain trust among parents. Some schools will introduce elements of moral and national education, but they will develop their own teaching materials and encourage students to develop independent thinking and analytical thinking. For those who still oppose MNE, for the schools which are still going ahead with MNE, in spite of all the objections, they deserve our respect. If we adopt the correct method and attitude, and it will facilitate students' development of independent thinking. Mr. President, just in April during Easter, I visited Mount Jiang.
太太去咗呢個旅行。
Jingang, and it was where the Communist Party originated, and I went with my wife and spent a week there, and I hope that we can all have independent thinking. We must not put on tinted glasses when we look at these exchange tours. Flexibility should be given to schools in introducing MNE, and the government should have reflection upon the whole incident. I so submit, Mr. President.
Mr. Peter Chung, thank you, Mr. President. On the 28th of July, Mr. Leung publicly said that he did not see any reason why the MNE subject should be withdrawn. And then, despite the scorchy sun, tens of thousands of people took to the streets. They made a very loud noise and responded to the remarks by Mr. Leung, and Professor Zhang Yongguang, representing a group of scholars, also refuted what Mr. Ng said from the academic angle, and Professor Zhang also talked about the spirit of national education, and he pointed out that the curriculum guide on the MNE subject was biased, and he also pointed out that in terms of education concepts and aspiration, there were problems, and that would harm the future generation of Hong Kong, and there would be serious distortion of the right concepts, and there would be serious problems. So this article was a very good article with a lot of sound arguments, and yet the CGO has been turned into a civic square, and different quarters of the community all called for the curriculum guide to be withdrawn, and this was a very loud noise. And then on the 11th of September at the Chinese U, there was this protest, and even psychiatrists from public hospitals also issued statements asking for the withdrawal of the subject. So we can see that this is truly an all-people movement, because it really touches a very raw nerve of the public in terms of the freedom that they would be able to enjoy. And of course, social workers also took part. And during the summer vacation, social workers would be very busy. And yet, despite their heavy or busy schedule, they also took part in support of the students of scholarism. And we also supported the parents concerned group who supported the students, and people said that introducing or launching national education is an international practice, and therefore there is nothing to be scared about. But then some journalists have also studied the situation in the US, in the UK, and Canada, and they also came up with a report, and that was also a very strong rebuttal towards those who advocated this, and they also pointed out the discrepancies between our curriculum guide and theirs. And Mr. Eddie Ng tried to explain on behalf of the China model, and I think he's compounding one lie with another. And actually, he alleged that for those who did not take to the streets, they were described as supporters of the curriculum guide and the MNE, and that was also one of the reasons why he actually instigated the situation. And one cannot but think that if he's not that incompetent, then it must be that he was just trying to discharge his duty as instructed by the authorities. That would undermine the foundation or fundamentals of one country, two systems. And Mr. Ng Hui-yu, who is a doctoral student, he also conducted a study, and he said that according to the report by a group on national education is an education that would instill national values in its nationals, so that nationals would be taking up the responsibility to uphold the country. And it's also said that the purpose of introducing national education is to instill in our younger generation the values of patriotism. So people cannot but think that national education would be very similar to patriotic education. And there was a comparison with several countries like Germany, France, the US, and the UK, whether or not national education is very prevalent in these countries. The truth is that's not true. Well, in these countries, when they introduce national education, is about civic mindedness, and it's about the responsibilities of the nationals, and national education would only constitute a very small part of the curriculum. And this is a doctoral student, and he spent some time to look up the literature, and he managed to come up with an article setting out all the arguments for and against this. And if a student is able to do that, then with an administration which had all the resources, and over the past few months, the education minister just came up with these species arguments, and he did not really reflect on himself. On the contrary, he just added fuel to fire, and he only caused further confusion, and students and parents were actually given a very hard time, and the government's credibility and popularity rating just declined. I can only point out that in the event, Mr. Eddie Ng committed a lot of serious mistakes. He actually said that, well, for those silent majority who did not take to the streets, they were actually in support of the MNE. I think this is a laughingstock. It shows that he's not able to live up to the expectation of being an accountability official. And when there was this public outcry against the subject, he did not come forward to take up the responsibility. He dare not face the music. He dare not face the public. And that would only mean that his credibility would go bankrupt. And as a result, his boss, the chief executive, C.Y. Leung, was also evasive, and he was also playing with words, and he was just playing with PR tactics. And he did not respond to the public outcry, and therefore he would also have to pay for the consequences. These are my remarks. I support the motion. Mr. Leung Yu-chung. President, first of all, I'd like to thank the friends from Scholarism and also over 100,000 people who took to the street to express their opposition to the MNE subject, and as a result, our government has been forced to shelve the subject. Despite that, we are still asking them to scrap the subject altogether. Why do we do that? That's because shelving the subject doesn't mean that the whole problem would disappear. Only by scrapping the subject, it will mean that we don't need the subject and we would not allow it to come back again. So what we have learned from the saga is that with regard to national education, there will be far-reaching implications, and we will have to take a fresh look at this. As an educator, when we try to do something, what do we want our children to receive in their education, and what are we trying to advocate? That's the important thing. Why do I say that? That's because if you look at national education itself, the name itself may not be a problem. But then when you look at the substance of it, well, we already have a history and also general study. So why do we have to single this out as an independent subject? Why do we not do it in a form of history and liberal studies? Well, if you think that the subject itself is not broad enough, then you can always broaden the scope of it. And there must be a reason why you have to introduce this as a separate subject, because for Chinese history and liberal studies, there will be public exam on this, and when you have to sit a public examination, then the curriculum will have to be open, and it's not like what you're trying to do. You would be able to include whatever you like in the curriculum. You will have to subject the curriculum to public scrutiny, and when there is a public examination, you will have to ensure that there will be public monitoring of the subject. But then if the schools are allowed to do it on their own, then there will be no monitoring at all. So there will be no public monitoring. But in practice, there would be public monitoring, because the administration, when it intended to do it, there would also be monitoring. How would it do it? All right, it said that in a questionnaire, they would be asking the schools in launching the curriculum, what's the result, what's the outcome? I remember there was a report saying this. Well, how do you assess how students view the subject and what's the outcome of assessment? Well, they said that they had hired an international assessment institute, an international association for the evaluation of education achievement, and they said that when it comes to the situation in a country, they would try to assess students' understanding of the state of affairs in the country, including press freedom and so on and so forth. They would try to assess students' understanding of these things. But then, unfortunately, our Education Bureau just took out those contents, and they would just focus on the following, and that is, we would assess how students would love their country. That being the case, naturally, they would lack the critical mind in understanding their country, and they would lack the attitude to criticize the country. As a result, students would not be able to objectively assess the country, and that's a problem. And also, the title of the subject is Moral and National Education. But then in other countries, they only had education on the students' obligations. Well, only in Singapore would they have national education. In other countries, they would usually have civic education. And when we use the term national education in Western economies, mostly that would be the extreme rightist ideas. For example, in Nazi's Germany, they would try to impart emotional admiration towards the country. But then if we want our students to understand or be critical about the situation that they are in, then we should have called it civic education. We should have dealt with it in the form of civic education. We should be talking about human rights, democracies, and so on, instead of just adopting this national education approach. Yes, the subject has been shelved, but then we are very concerned that they're actually trying to inculcate the students through different channels with these ideas. Yes, people might say that whatever you do, they are still going to brainwash the students no matter what. But then we will have to hold the line. We must not relax. Or else, once we relent our efforts, they will be able to do it. So we should not just allow the subject to be shelved. We have to scrap the subject altogether. And then we will have to consider very carefully as to how we can enable students to understand our country objectively and critically, and they should also understand the situation that they are in. Only then would be appropriate. Some ask why we are asking Mr. Eddie Ng to step down. As some of our colleagues have said, on this incident, Mr. Eddie Ng has been very evasive, and he also came up with the statement about the silent majority. But then what's more is when you're supposed to implement a policy, have you really conducted any soul searching? Have you ever thought about whether the policy should be introduced or implemented? Would you just blindly implement the policy that you've been asked to implement? That's the problem. When you're supposed to implement a policy, and if you do not reflect on the policy, and if you just say that, well, you've been asked to do it by a former government, then you'll be doing it no matter what. So does it mean that you'll be doing it whether it's right or wrong? As the Bureau Director, if you just blindly implement this, irrespective of whether it's right or wrong, then why do I need you to do it? Why do I not just ask civil servants to do it? Time's up.
The Honourable Kenneth Leung. Mr. President, the serious controversy on MNE should really be traced back to the SAR government. It is to blame because you have forgotten the particular role and function of the SAR. As a government of a modern city, you should exist to serve the public and to promote economic development and to safeguard and balance the rights of the different groups of the community and also to defend our core values. But unfortunately, on MNE, it has only acted as a tool for promoting a certain ideology on behalf of a certain political party. Now that the plan has been shelved, however, as a parent, as a legislator, and also someone who monitors the work of the administration, I should continue to monitor the stance of the administration on this issue. We should be concerned about the setting of MNE as an independent subject. At the same time, actually in many textbooks, in a lot of teaching material, and in many subjects, there is still political propaganda which has infiltrated into these courses. I can give you an example. This is the 2006 version of a Chinese language textbook. I actually used the same textbook to teach my young girl in 2007. And again this year, I taught another child to do it. This is my national flag. The text says, when the flag rises against a silver background up the pole, everybody was looking with a sacred idea in the mind. The astronaut seems to be saying many more Yang Li Wei would be visiting the space, and the country is turning out huge harvests of rice for the people, and other athletes are saying we'll come back with gold medals. And in my mind, I would be thinking, many people are glorifying you, national flag. I would want to grow up fast so that I would even be prouder of the national flag. A lot of emotive adjectives have been used. It talks about the national flag shining. And you have never told the child what the national flag means for the young child and what the 5 stars stand for. And also this controversy exposes the attempt of the SAR to turn this subject into a political mission, and you can see that it can be totally neglectful of procedures when it has a political mission to fulfill. A newspaper said that in 2004, without a tender being called, the Hong Kong Federation of Education Workers was able to get the approval of Arthur Lee, the Secretary for Education then, and also Fanny Law, the PS, to use a typo school to set up the National Education Center. And also in 2007, it was able to use a Ching Yi school to set up the National Education Service Center. And they got $13 million in terms of subsidy, and a lot of exchange tours were organized to the mainland. As a legislator, if we want to refurbish our office, if it exceeds $20,000, we'd have to get 3 quotations. But why is it that when tenders were called, there was a huge lack of transparency? The tendering and approval procedures were not the subject of an account made to the public. At the same time, when the curriculum guide has now been shelved, and when schools do not need to launch M&E as an independent subject, we must now review whether the Education Bureau should take back the $530,000 given to each school, which was supposed to be used as an M&E support grant. Because the relevant policy and objectives related to the support grant have been very much revised from a professional audit point of view, if the curriculum guide has been shelved, then why would the government, and what kind of public finance logic can the government use to try to convince me and the public that the sum of money does not have to be withdrawn? Or is it that the government still harbors hope that by luring the relevant schools with money and the grant that they would eventually launch NME, a wedge has been drawn through the community because of the MNE launch, and the secretary must shoulder political responsibility and bow out. Mr. Ip Kin-yuen has already talked about the 7 sins of the secretary, and I wouldn't repeat them. At the same time, whenever a policy is launched, the administration must try to gauge its social impact and economic effectiveness. This time around, the MNE has triggered protests by 100,000 people. They were occupying the forum outside CGC, and at the peak, 120,000 people would gather outside CGC, and for a row of 12 nights, altogether 280,000 people would have visited the gathering. If you look at the productivity side, such gatherings would be valued at $200 million. Now, of course, these gatherings took part at night, but if people had protested in the day, then the administration would be blamed for shattering the productivity of the community. So I would support the 3 points in the motion. I would ask the administration to withdraw the guide, for Eddie Ng to step down, and for C.Y. Leung, the CE, to be regretted. Thank you. Mr. Chen Kin-po. President, earlier on, the administration withdrew the guide, and the opposing parties mainly accepted the stance, and I believe an end should be drawn to this controversy for a few months. Some people are saying that we should hold the officials accountable, but I believe we should all learn a lesson from this to prevent a recurrence. Like the majority of the public, I did not know much about MNE before the controversy erupted, but when the controversy gathered, I started to read about it, and I started to understand the worries of the opposing parties. I believe the original intent of NME was not to introduce brainwashing education, but then when the relevant materials were put together, the administration was not aware of the resistance in society, and it subsidized teaching materials which were not acceptable to the public, and so it sparked worries amongst the public and also their fear, and that is why it got out of hand. I think the lesson to be learned is that when a policy is launched, you must not make the public think that the core values of Hong Kong people are being destroyed. Before reunification, Hong Kong people harbored fear about life on the mainland. This is a historical legacy which is difficult to resolve. The central authorities eventually gave us the one country, two systems system, so that and also there was guarantee that our way of life would not change for 50 years. Now that there is more exchange between the mainland and Hong Kong people now become more confident in the country. But there are still many people in Hong Kong who are wary about things that happen on the mainland, and they are fearful towards the Communist Party, and therefore this controversy has touched their raw nerve. Many Hong Kong people, of course, view Hong Kong as their home, and therefore when you launch a policy, if you neglect the core values and the feelings of Hong Kong people, there may be instability caused in society. If you do not face up to the issues, similar controversies and disputes can arise. And the second lesson is that you were not politically sensitive enough. During the controversy, you emphasized that there was a long period of consultation, and then funding support was sought from LegCo, and there was not much argument, and therefore you insisted on your stance. However, Hong Kong people are always late in reacting to issues. So even if you have already done a lot, people are still not aware of it, and then when it dawns on them that it is going to be implemented, then they would oppose. And in fact, the public's opposition only came up when it was at the verge of implementation. And at that point, you should have learned about the feelings of the public, and you should have started the consultation afresh, and also to revise the controversial part in the teaching material. And at that time, you might have been able to come up with a subject that would be acceptable to all. But of course, it would mean a slowing down of the launch of the policy, but that would have been much better than the blow that you had been dealt, because now you have ended up with nothing. The motion requires the Leung to be politically accountable and step down. To be fair, politically and also on the PR front, Leung did not do a good enough job, but if that is the cause for him to step down, I think it is too harsh. The core thing is that the M&E content and also the entire implementation plan have been formulated by the last term of government. He is now the Minister of Education. He cannot shirk his responsibility, but if he is to take all the blame and step down, definitely that wouldn't be fair. Frankly, this is a highly politicized society we have in Hong Kong, and ministers will only get blame instead of praise. And even if you are competent, you have to be extremely committed and courageous. So we have to be fair to ministers. If there is not enough justification and we ask ministers to step down, I think that is mostly irresponsible. Thank you.
Mr. Alan Leung. Thank you, Mr. President. The grounds for asking the minister to step down have been clearly explained by Mr. Ip Kin-yuen, the mover of the motion. I totally adopt his views. Now, Mr. President, I don't know if you have read the latest magazine, and this is the centerfold outside the People's Hall.
係一位作家咧，叫做劉印啊。
Hall of the People. It depicts a group of people sleepwalking. It's a piece of art. What Hong Kong parents do not want to see is our children turning into this group of sleepwalkers. I see secretaries and the chief secretary sitting here. If you are all defending the Secretary for Education, then the Civic Party makes it clear to you that the Hong Kong parents do not wish their children to become sleepwalkers. We want our children to have independent thinking. Mr. President, I believe no Chinese would deny the children of the chance to identify themselves with the arts and culture of China. For example, if you look at the painting of Qi Baishi, if you listen to a poem of Li Bai, and if you appreciate these artwork, and then it occurs to you the history of China, and then you feel moved, and then you shed a tear, of course there is no problem. Mr. President, what we are worried now is that under the Communist Party's rule, we are asked to identify with this political identity. If the secretaries and the chief secretary sitting here are still not clear about this, and saying that Mr. Leung should not step down, then it's not right. If we must identify ourselves with the Communist Party's rule, then we can dispense with the one country, two systems. Why do we have one country, two systems? Before we have a full discussion and a consensus forged on this political identity, we should. This is what we should do. So shouldn't we ask you to step down, Mr. President? Mr. Ip Kin-yuen moved a motion. And in it mentioned the withdrawal of the curriculum guide. When was it compiled? It was compiled in 2011. Before we were able to look at the curriculum guide, we had no idea that effective assessment would be conducted. That is to say, if you if you attend the flag-raising ceremony, you need to feel emotions welling up inside you, and then effective assessment will have to be conducted. So let's say if I look at the flag, does it mean that if I shed 4 drops of tears, I'll get a B, and then if I get 1 drop of tear, I'll get a lower score, and then if I don't shed any tear at all, I will fail the subject? Well, some may say that, well, Mr. Leung, you haven't been paying attention. In fact, in April this year, we have revised the relevant parts. But in fact, Mr. President, this effective assessment was not changed. In fact, apart from the assessment by a teacher on a student, there was peer assessment and also assessment by a parent. So if you fake your emotions in order to get a high score, that means if our children can fake their emotions to get higher marks, then that means our children will become the sheep. Mr. President, I need to clarify this point. Just now, Chairman of the DAB and Deputy Chairman of the DAB shouted loudly, saying that Ms. Tanya Chan on the 16th of October 2008 agreed with national education. Mr. President, you would also recall that on the 15th of October 2008, Mr. Donald Tsang addressed the Council during his policy address speech, and it was the first occasion he talked about national education. And just now, Ms. Tanya Chan was quoted, and her remarks, her question on 16th of October was quoted. It was during the CE's question time. At that time, we had yet seen this curriculum guide. So I need to clarify this point. Before you criticize us, you must make things clear. Okay, finally, what I have to say is, well, some may say that Mr. Ip Kin-yuen, you're from that sector, and yet you do not trust the sector. So, but it's ridiculous. Does it mean that if your car won't be wrecked, you should have more car crashes? The Civic Party supports the motion as well as all the amendments. Mr. Andrew Leung. Well, on behalf of my alliance, we oppose the motion and the amendments. Some members said that there was no timetable and there is no curriculum guide now, and it's up to schools to decide whether to introduce the subject. We understand that having shelved the curriculum guide, it's up to the schools' autonomy to decide whether to introduce the subject. Whether or not we have a written curriculum guide or not, it is not important. Many people already accepted this approach. As said just now, the shelving of the curriculum guide was by and large accepted by the public. And upon public pressure, the administration made concessions. And that even resulted in internal conflicts. So I think that the Secretary for Education and the relevant officials should reflect upon themselves, or else it would affect the development of Hong Kong in the long run. People are now focusing on the national aspect of MNE, and moral education has been ignored. As I understand, parents and students do not resist moral education. They even feel that it is essential, because moral education is about cultivation of responsibility and respect. And some schools already have moral education, and the government is not asking schools to change the name of the subject. This subject will continue to be in place. I ask members not to wear tinted glasses when you look at this MNE subject. The introduction of the MNE subject was the first mission for Mr. Leung after he came into office. There is still much room for the whole team to improve. We think that Mr. Leung, as Secretary for Education, has failed to instill confidence in the minds of the public. He should bear political responsibility for the incident. However, he hasn't come into office for long. There is still time for he to work with the team. Therefore, he should not be subject to such a severe punishment. Mr. President, I believe that as the Secretary has stepped into this hot kitchen, he should show the public the courage to bear responsibility. In 2002, when during the incident of during the mini bomb incident, the then Secretary, Mr. Ma, stepped out and apologized to the public 2 months after the incident. In 2006, when he resigned because of his illness, he was called the most responsible secretary. So I hope that Mr. Leung can step up to admit the mistakes.
Mr. Sin Chong Kai. Well, some members cited articles about the raising of the national flag. When I look back on the records, on the 18th of May 2005, 2005, the former DAB chairman, Mr. Malik, he moved a motion. Chairman, please allow me to kneel down when I read this. In launching national education and also in order to ensure that people will attach more importance to the raising of the national flag, the University Grants Council and also on the National Day flag raising ceremony, there should be a requirement that all teachers and students should take part in such a ceremony, and they should be required to take part in such a flag raising ceremony, and there should also be more public education on the understanding of the national flag. All right, since you assumed the presidency of this council, since you became the chairman of the DAB to the time when Mr. Malik was the chairman and to the incumbent chairman, you had been promoting the launching of national education, and then in the end, we had this saga. And of course, it's not just Mr. Eddie Ng who should be taking the responsibility. The former government under Mr. Donald Tsang should also be held responsible. But then, when it comes to the actual implementation of the subject, the incumbent government should have reined in and should have halted it before it's too late. I remember on the non-local pregnant women giving birth in Hong Kong, Mr. C.Y. Leung was very decisive. He came forth to say that the quota should be set at 0. And when he felt that it was not right, then he would not hesitate. He would immediately come out to say that the policy should be halted. And therefore, you should not have put a blame on the former government, because this incumbent government can always overturn the policy that is not appropriate or that is not accepted by the community. Given the fact that you have tried to implement the policy, and given the fact that it has sparked such a public outcry in a community, and shortly after you assumed office, there were already 2 large-scale demonstrations. One is on July the 1st, and the other was on the 29th of July. Since the reunification, the 2 rallies actually were 2 of the rallies that had attracted the largest turnout. It showed the dissatisfaction of the public. And Mr. Ip Kin-yuen already set out the 7 sins that Mr. Eddie Ng had committed, and he also set out the reasons why he had to step down. And of course, I support what Mr. Ip and Mr. Alan Leung just said in terms of the reasons for Mr. Ng to step down. And you, as the chairman of the DAB, and also Mr. Tam Yu Chung as chairman of the DAB, when you try to roll out national education, you try to do it, but then you have not been successful. It only exists in name. So you try to do it, and yet you have not been successful, and therefore you also have to step down. When we don't want you to do certain things, the best thing for you to do is to step down. And when you try to do something, and if you fail to do that, you should have stepped down. And therefore, in Hong Kong, when you attempt to launch national education, we have to look at certain fundamental issues. Worldwide, when countries try to implement national education, it's always a controversial subject, because, well, even for governments that would allow for the change of different political parties to be the ruling party, when they try to introduce national education, the different political parties would have different ideology. For example, in the U.S., they have the Democratic Party and also the Republicans. They also have differences in ideology, and therefore it's difficult to come up with a curriculum guide or textbook that would have common beliefs and so on. And therefore, they would just try to adopt their own approaches in implementing national education. And to adopt a standardized curriculum guide for national education, it would be very rare in other places. Indeed, that would also not be acceptable to the Hong Kong people as a government. Shortly after you assumed office, within a month, you stir a wave of criticisms, and your popularity rating also nosedived. And there are only 3 reasons. For those who did not support you, in introducing national education, they wanted you to step down as soon as possible. And for others who do not want you to introduce that, there is no reason why you should stay. And both myself and my party members, they would all support the motion and the amendments. Dr. Leung, President, last month, at the heat of the controversy, more than 680 doctors put up an advertisement in a newspaper, and they said that some 41,000 Facebook groups, there were 4,100 members in a Facebook group, and they said that they were very concerned about the introduction of MNE, and the administration has turned a deaf ear to the discussion on the subject, and that's regrettable. And the commission that has been set up has already set up the on the initiation of MNE, and there is no logic in implementing the subject without the content, and therefore, other than wearing black shirts go to the CGO to support those students, we think that the administration should withdraw the subject. First of all, liberal studies already cover the content of national education, and students would be able to study geography, Chinese history, and they would be able to inculcate their feelings towards the country, and therefore we would be able to teach our students in terms of the 5 virtues, and the MNE would be superfluous given the fact that it's already spread over different subjects, and the administration has repeatedly said that despite the fact that there is an assessment mechanism, if we try to assess the students in terms of their qualities as nationals and also their personality, but then there would also be peer assessment and also assessment by the teachers. We believe that the core values of students and also their respective feelings, that should not be subject to any assessment, or else we would be encouraging students to say something and then think differently. We should nurture the next generation so that they would be working for the common good, and they should, and we should also adopt thoughts that would be accepted by the community at large. And you said that you have already taken reference from theories on developmental needs, and therefore there would also be solid grounds for you to come up with the content of the curriculum, but then you're trying to impart this with students or young people who are still at their developmental age, and these have been advocated by a group of psychiatrists, and they have all received high education, and they are from the middle class, and they would understand that young people would be susceptible to brainwashing, and so as I respect their views, therefore I have to convey their views here. The administration has now decided to shelve the curriculum guide on the MNE, and schools will also be allowed to decide on whether or not they are going to introduce the subject. But then there are still people who are very concerned that the administration might resort to different tactics by carrot or stick, and they would try to coerce schools into introducing the subject, and therefore they are actually trying to bar schools from introducing the subject. Well, a couple of days ago, I ran into a group of doctors, and they had this view, and they said that if some sponsoring bodies or parents and teachers would like to introduce the subject, we should also respect their right, or else it would be against the idea that Hong Kong is a diversified community and we should be inclusive. And they said that if I want my kid to be brainwashed from time to time, then what the hell has it got to do with you? So we also have to understand this. If it's done on a voluntary basis, then they should also be allowed to do so. So it's like what Mr. Ip said, it depends on how you teach the subject. So how are we going to rationalize these conflicting angles. All right, I'm treating a patient and he's suffering from cancer, and if he does not undergo treatment, then he'll die. But then in the end, I have to have his consent before he can undergo treatment, or else I cannot try to treat him, even though he knows very well that without the treatment, he would die. Well, probably, if he refuses to undergo treatment, that has to do with my poor explanation, or that he doesn't have trust in me. He might think that if I treat him, then he might die faster. So it's up to him to decide, and therefore the administration must consider this from the recipient's angle. So we should not just be relying on the professionalism of the schools and the teachers to do it. Under this very mega subject, we should also allow the recipients, that is the students and their parents, given the fact that we trust that they are able to analyze the situation themselves, they are not that easily brainwashed, then we should allow them to make the choice. They should decide whether or not they'd like to attend the class. I would have loved to have this autonomy if I were the students. And if you look at the motion moved by Mr. Ip Kin-yuen, the motion can be divided into two parts. The first part is to ask the administration to withdraw the curriculum guide on M&E. So whether you call it a shelving of the subject or a withdrawal, I would support that. And the second part, ask the Education Minister, Mr. Eddie Ng, to step down. I sympathize with him. I hope that we would only be targeting at the incident and not the person. So for the first part, I support it, but then for the other part, I do not. I oppose it. How am I going to cast my vote? I'll think about it. Dr. Joseph Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
投票咁，但係咧，我
Dr. Leung just said that he has not decided how to vote. I have just come back to the chamber, so my apologies to you, members. I have not seen your performance, your remarkable performance. I was being assessed at the university. It was a curriculum assessment, and of course it is done in a very serious manner, and I had to answer questions. And actually, coming back, I would say that we could do the same with M&E. The first question put to me at the university was, why do you want to teach nursing? Now, of course, my colleagues were trying to answer the question with a lot of documents, etc. But the question is, what do you teach? Whatever you teach, did you follow the guidelines of the Nursing Council, or is it that you have your own teaching materials? And then they would say if you do not follow the guidelines, even if you teach people, they would not be able to get qualified. And the third is how. Whether it is I who am teaching, or Dr. Leung or Mr. Chen Kin-po who is teaching, they would say not everybody can teach nursing. Who is teaching it? How is it being taught? And what methodology is used? And the fourth question is when. This is a 5-year course. Under the new curriculum 334, this is a 5-year course, and people will be learning different things in the different years. So there may be a subject of nursing theory. Would you teach it in year 1 or year 4? So the entire afternoon, I was bombarded by these 4 questions. I was not exactly agitated, but sometimes I reacted strongly within me to say that how come these stupid questions were asked. And then my assistants were calling me that the debate is almost over and I should come back to speak on it. And in fact, we can ask the same 4 questions of M&E. First of all, why do we need such a subject? It is a big controversy. People say you need to be taught to be patriotic, you need to learn about China, and some people say it is a brainwashing subject. And there are diverse views, and we have not been able to resolve these issues at this stage. So why do we need to teach this subject? Secondly, what is to be taught? And this is where the controversy is. There was this China model teacher's manual, and people should shed tears when they see the national flag rise. And if you don't shed tears, what should you do? So this is a big problem as to what should be taught. And then the administration says, okay, I will withdraw that teaching material and I will not use it. But still, you have not answered the question. If it is a subject, what is to be taught? And then how is it to be taught? People can do different things. It may be different for primary schools with a different religious background. So how is it taught? And also, when should it be taught? K1 or P1? Or even in university, do we have national education at universities? I should go back and check my own university. All these questions have not been answered. And then the administration would say, haven't I shelved it? And then still you do not reassure people. People in the education sector would always ask these 4 questions so that we are clear in our mind what the logic is. And then we can explain to people why this should be an independent subject, that after assessment it can become an independent subject. Dr. Leung just said, I love brainwashing from time to time, so what? Well, yes, that may not be a problem, but then you have to understand that being an independent subject, there would be assessment. And parents in Hong Kong are saying that even if we say we don't actually go for scores when we study, however, when this becomes an independent subject, scores would matter. And how would people be assessed? You don't know, and you don't even know whether you'll be brainwashed. If this is to be taught as an independent subject, what will be the assessment methodology? Would that indirectly cause people to think that you may be forcing this on them, and they would ask whether they need it? So it is clear that if you look at it from the curriculum assessment point of view, then people would have to get a pass. And if you cannot pass that kind of assessment yourself, then the subject should be withdrawn. I have been in education for many years, and I would say if I want to teach something, I would have to have all the justification to give my students why it needs to be taught, what is to be taught, how I will teach you, and when I will teach you, and how you would be assessed so that it is fair and just. If I use these yardsticks to measure the M&E subject, it must be withdrawn. It cannot be launched now. And about the motion debate today, whether it be the original debate or the amendments, Dr. Leung said that the minister has just assumed his post, and what should we do with him? My view is, today we have to send a clear message to the Secretary for Education that you must avoid making mistakes in this kitchen, which is extremely hot. You will be punished. The motion may not be carried today, but to the secretary, this should be some kind of enlightenment that this is what you have to face. If you don't do a good job, you have to step down. You are an accountability official, and so you should take up the responsibility. And in this chamber, I have the responsibility to raise this at this first debate in the Legislative Council. And that is, if the public are of the view that this accountability official is problematic, then we should tell people that he should step down. But of course, I understand that the motion today will not be carried. But in any case, I support the original motion and all the amendments. Thank you. The Honourable Dennis Kwok, President. President, I would be speaking briefly today because I know that members have more or less exhausted their views in this debate on M&E, and I believe officials have already heard a lot, and I believe what members have said would have been received by you. But what is most important is that on this issue of M&E, what we lack is trust. Trust between officials and the people. No matter how many times we repeat ourselves in this chamber, we cannot build trust between officials and the people here in the chamber. Just now, I was downstairs at the CGO to take part in the gathering with parents and students. In fact, if you also go and visit them and talk to them and shake hands with them, and just sit there maybe to listen to the speakers down there outside CGO, I'm sure then you can start to build that trust. This evening, Secretary, why don't you go down to the gathering there, talk to the students, talk to them. In fact, I think you can start to build that trust with that simple gesture, that it can be rebuilt with that simple step. I hope you will grasp this opportunity. Thank you, President.
Dr. Fernando Zhang. Thank you, Mr. President. Just now, Mr. Kwok, Dr. Zhang, please put on your mic. Sorry, Mr. President. Just now, Mr. Kwok invited Secretary to go down to the square so that he needs not step down. Well, this motion is unlikely to be passed today, but even if Secretary is not going to step down, he can at least go down and talk to the parents and teachers. This campaign, as far as Hong Kong's history is concerned, is a milestone. The civic square have had tens of thousands of people gathering on a number of occasions because the parents are concerned how the MNE subject would affect our next generation. They were keen to come. Some came along with children and infants. They brought along prams and strollers, and under the hot weather, they still came out. They needed to sacrifice what they had been enjoying and took part in the event. They took part because they were worried about the freedom of our next generation. And during such major events, you can see that the power of our civic society. However, you can see that this campaign is a landmark campaign. We're proud of our students. Scholarism comprises teenagers, and yet over a year ago, these teenage students had been reminding the public that this MNE subject was an important issue, and it deserves public's attention. However, at that time, it didn't attract much publicity. Later on, the Education Bureau sponsored the compilation of a very biased teaching manual. There were wide public repercussions, and then it led us to look at the problems. It all started with the students. They made us aware of the problems. They raised parents' concerns, and the parents were also of a very high standard. And finally, the teaching profession and the general public became aware of the issue as well. We had the scholarism, and then the parents group, and then finally the Civil Alliance Against National Education. It all shows that the administration, as well as our council, is lagging behind the reality. The parents and the students are forced to take part in the campaign. However, I believe that the administration's concession was not a response to the public reaction. On the 11th of October, there was an article in the Economic Journal, and it provided a very detailed analysis. It talked about the success of the campaign. It was mentioned that if the government did not retreat, it would have to bear a much more dire consequence. The campaign against national education has actually spread with the help of parents and teachers. Mr. Yuen Pong-yu, chairman of the Association of the Heads of Secondary School, said that the campaign is affecting the school's operation. If parents becomes more active, it will create tension with the schools, and apart from teaching and assessment methods and standards, all relevant matters will be questioned by parents, and parents will question these matters, and it may be escalated into a major controversy among the schools. It will cause a great divide, and we saw that in some schools, first of all, some teachers wore black clothing, and then all of a sudden everyone wore red, and then black ribbons were distributed outside schools. The parents, students, and teachers were divided. It's a tragedy. And another academic said that it's if the disputes can be resolved, if the schools can be left to decide on their own, the exchange programs and tours can be implemented smoothly, because there are hundreds and thousands of students, and it's a major business benefiting both the mainland and Hong Kong. Dr. Zhang, your time is up. Mr. Yip Kwok-hung. Mr. President, the SAR government has shelved the curriculum guide on oral and national education. Obviously, this was not a simple policy decision. It was a political decision, without room to maneuver when people gathered around the CGO and threatened to boycott classes. The administration had to take this step. When people had differing views, they started a campaign that's similar to Cultural Revolution. If a school wished to introduce M&E subject, they would go to that school and protest. And they also showed force at the flag-raising ceremony on the National Day. Even after the Lemma Boat collision incident, when the chief executive went to the South Horizons to look at the situation, you see protesters again. So is there really a problem here? Well, some people like to talk about democracy. So why are they enjoying such overbearing approach? Some argues that the MNE has become a vegetable, and Mr. Wong Hak-lim says that the shelving of the curriculum guide, it actually means a withdrawal of the guide. And even after this curriculum guide was shelved, some people still want to take a step further and want it to be withdrawn. Is it really beneficial to our education? Apart from political reasons, it is difficult to come up with any other explanation. So, what is the political reason? What are the justifications? The answer's on the wall. They want Mr. Siwa Leung to kneel to be on the knee. They want to impact upon the governance of Sima Leung's team. Some say that MNE is a political mission. I think this is really nonsense. Moral and national education has been talked about for over 10 years. Mr. Yip, you were a teacher and you were also a school principal. The government decided to have an initiation period of 3 years at the primary levels. It will roll out a pilot run of the subject. So it came from last time. It's not C.Y. Leung's political mission. Even if the chief executive wants to deal with this issue, as the chief executive, what is wrong? What is wrong with letting students understand their country better? Now, actually, concerning the curriculum guide on the MNE, it's actually not very different from the curriculum guide on civic education in 1996. According to the curriculum guide on civic education, it talked about the sense of belonging among students. Why wasn't there any criticism of brainwashing? At that time, why are we hearing the criticisms that the MNE subject is a brainwashing subject? What's paradoxical is that for those who oppose national education also admit this. In fact, they have never read the curriculum guide on MNE. Actually, for those who have read the curriculum guide, many of them could say that none words like our motherland is the great mother, as suggested by Joshua Wong, exist in the curriculum guide. So we should make things clear. Recently, media have suggested that the such a brainwashing subject has actually spread to other subjects. Well, a member just now read out an article in which it says, it talked about the primary Chinese textbook. Talked about words like motherland and the Yellow River and so on. But what's wrong with these expressions? What do they have to do with brainwashing? If the Alliance Against National Education suggests that it's spread to other subjects, well, I think that it is dangerous because you're oppressing schools in introducing moral and national education based on the knowledge of the schools and teachers. The DAB opposes the motion and the amendments, and it's been 15 years since Hong Kong has reunited with China, and we should think about the implementation of national education. We need to let the students know the truth so that they can analyze the truth. Mr. Albert Chan.
People's Power was one of the first groups to go against this brainwashing national education. As soon as it was introduced, we already knew that it was a brainwashing subject. That's a political task. 15 years after the reunification, the central authorities thought that there is no reunification of the hearts and minds of the people, and therefore this is a political task. And whoever assumes this political task, this subject cannot be an acceptable education subject. with regard to this social campaign against national education, is one of the few successful social campaigns of social awareness. This is a group of young people, and indeed, not just them, but also many parents. They have taken the lead in moving this social campaign. It shows that the administration is discharging this political mission, and through some publicity on the web, and hundreds of thousands of people within a very short space of time for consecutive nights. They gather together at the civic square. This shows the emerging awareness of the community, and many members from the functional constituencies and those who claim themselves to be Democrats, and they were elected, they were elected because of this. And this also shows that the campaign had been very influential. And we also have some new leftists, for example, Christopher Chong and Leung Sing. They are trying to defend, and they are advocating the importance of national education. If you go back on history, the reason why Hong Kong people are so scared of the overshadow of the Cultural Revolution, that's because in the minds of many people who had that recollection, this is something that they cannot just shake it off their mind. All right, during the Cultural Revolution, we talk about the 7 no's. Those who are proletariat, they did not have any access, and even for those who used to have access, they lost their access. And with the revolution, they would become poorer, and the poorer they get, they would feel more glorified. So that's one of the characteristics of the Cultural Revolution. And the second note is that they would be very ignorant. It's not just that they did not have any physical access, they would also become proletariats, and they would have no access intellectually. And they would also have to segregate themselves from past culture, and students did not have to go to schools, they did not have to take the examinations, and if you turn in a blank paper to your teachers, then you would become heroes, and teachers would become the culprits. And thirdly, you would you would become totally heartless, and for the warmth and feelings of those with access, then you would be blamed, and also you would totally disregard the laws, and there is also no virtue. And of course, in China, for the Confucius studies and Mencius studies, we admire them, and but then during the Cultural Revolution, those would be completely destroyed. The party's interests and the doctrine of the party would become the first and foremost doctrine, and of course, Mao's standards would be the measures adopted in measuring whether or not something is right or wrong. And fifthly, there would be no appreciation for beauty, and if you aspire for looking good, then you would have to be attacked, and then you would all be rascals, because during the Cultural Revolution you would lose everything, and the only thing that we get from the revolution is rascals, and nothing is true. Only the cheaters are real, and for the rest they are not true. So what has come out from the Cultural Revolution is everybody would lie, nobody dares to tell the truth. And against that backdrop, and under the shadow of the Chinese Communist Party, and for people who are manipulated by the Chinese Communist Party, and they are trying to use public funds, they're using millions of dollars to create this scare. In Europe, they tried to introduce this form of education, in particular during the Enlightenment age. They attach importance to civic education, and you will have to look at the importance during the Renaissance period. what they attempted to do was to overturn the old system, and by that we mean the world vision of a religious, religion-oriented approach would be abandoned, and people would become the core of education, and they would advocate freedom, equality, and they would be against the privilege of the privileged class, and the emphasis would be on the education of natural history, education, and other sciences, and so on, and they would be subject to no restriction, and they would go against the traditional respect for the privileged class, and they would spread the values of universality and so on. So this is the emphasis of education after the Renaissance period, and of course that would also be covered in the form of a civic education, and the situation would be very different from the aftermath of the Cultural Revolution, and therefore, as long as Hong Kong people do not identify with this ideology in introducing national education, you would be facing a lot of opposition. Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Raymond Wong.
Mr. President, the Communist Chief Executive, C.Y. Leung, and Secretary for Education, Mr. Leung, forcibly introduced the moral and national education. There were wide public repercussions, and on the 7th of September, 120,000 people besieged the CGO, and they had no alternative but to shelve the curriculum guide. And within just 100 days of his assumption of office, it was just due to his own fault. Mr. Ip Kin-yuen was lucky enough to move the motion on this occasion at the first meeting. Well, I think that it's not enough just to request the withdrawal of the curriculum guide. On the 16th of June, there was a debate, motion debate moved by Mr. Albert Ho on national education. And I already made it clear that the subject was not necessary. At that time, I also quote from a liberalist, Mr. Hu Shi, in the last century, to make my position clear. Mr. Hu Shi said, if now somebody says to you, you should sacrifice your personal liberty for the sake of the state's liberty, I say this to you, fighting for your own liberty is fighting for the nation's liberty. To fight for your own personality is to fight for the nation's integrity. A free and equal country cannot be built by a group of lackeys. The SAR government is trying to resort to administrative means to entice Hong Kong people to identify themselves with the China's Communist Party's rule since they're young, and they want praises. Of course, we need to oppose in principle such kind of lackey education. We must adopt a rational approach in knowing our country. We should also have a sense of dignity towards our culture and history. The patriotism should not be instilled from a moral motive. Hong Kong needs comprehensive civic education and Chinese history, not national education. Just now, Secretary for Education said that Chinese history is already included in general education subject at primary level, and it's a compulsory subject for junior secondary. And in fact, it's a big improvement. But in fact, you're just distorting the truth. When we talk about liberal studies and Western history subject, basically you have these subjects, but in fact you have diluted the Chinese history. Well, last time we met with Mr. Michael Soon, the then Secretary for Education, as well as some secondary school teachers. They felt angered by the dilution of Chinese history at this primary and secondary school level. So, Mr. You are distorting the truth and you're really shameless. And another member of the Hong Kong national government is Mr. Chang Chi-kong, a member of the EXCO, and in early October, in a program, in an RTHK program, he compared the scholarism with the blacklisted members and hooligans, and he also questioned the financial resources and the political motives. It's really a shock that he has resorted to such means. In the Ming Dynasty, in a piece of literature, it was suggested that intervention by students into politics means the government is weak and it is legitimate. Students had to intervene during that dynasty because of the weak empire. Now, students have come out in this campaign, and yet they were questioned by Mr. Chang as to their political motive. They were smeared. So he should be condemned. Mr. Hu Shi, in an article, in a newspaper article in 1920, also made such remarks. He said, in a distorted society, when the government is unscrupulous and there is no redress mechanism, the intervention into politics must be initiated by young people. And in fact, in this campaign, it was initiated by young people. So it's actually echoing Mr. Hu Shi's remarks, and you should really be ashamed. This secretary is an accountability official. He should step down. And Mr. President, well, you have my speaking notes. I still have 1 minute. It's quite lengthy. If you want to teach more national education, just do it like do it my way. When I take students to Tiananmen Square, I would say that the May 4th incident happened here, and students were arrested by police during a campaign, and then there were marches, and there were the campaign. And also I would say that 70 years later, in 1989, there were a group of students striving for democracy and freedom of speech, and they had a march in the Tiananmen Square, and then they were massacred by the government. If we cannot teach national education this way, this is just a lackey education. Does any other member wish to speak?
If
not, Mr. Ip Kin-yuen, you may now speak on the two amendments. The speaking time limit is 5 minutes. Mr. President, with regard to the amendments moved by Mr. Kenneth Chan and Mr. K.K. Fung, I support both. In particular, the amendment moved by Dr. Kenneth Chan, I'd like to make some response to that. Well, he made 2 points. Number one, he said that we should have comprehensive civic education, and I think that's very important, because all along we've been saying that national education is something that we should do. And during the discussion by this council on this occasion, most members would say that we should introduce national education, and there is a point in launching national education. All right, it can be done very fairly, it can be done very properly, but then there is also a chance that it could also be done in a biased manner. Worldwide, there are other places where they would emphasize the importance of being subservient, and they would also be national education which would be xenophobic. And therefore, in introducing national education, we should do it as part of the framework of civic education, because civic education emphasizes the importance of rights and responsibilities, and we should also put that in the civic education's context in order to ensure that it will not be biased. And therefore, in the amendment moved by Dr. Kenneth Chan, I think by doing civic education properly, we would also be able to teach national education properly. And given the fact that we have already got an established subject of civic education, and if we change that into national education, then in terms of international trends, it is a retrogressive step. Therefore, we will have to think it through very carefully. Ms. Anne Chang criticized the PTU very severely. She said that we made an about turn. I think she was confused in terms of the thinking, or she was not clear about the facts. Well, Mr. Chairman Kwong and the PTU have been emphasizing that we should do national education. What we are against is the MNE, the moral and that is moral and national education. We have to clarify that. And what's more important is that what we are actually against is brainwashing. As to the second point made by Kenneth Chan, is giving importance to the education of history. And we believe that that's also very important, because national education does not have to be carried out in the form of national education. We can strengthen our education of geography, Chinese history, and also language education. I'm sure many of us here, when you were young, how we knew our country, we did it through understanding culture, history, and literature in understanding our country. And many would also say that if we were to understand our economic development and China's development, then why can't we introduce national education? Why should we not introduce national education? Well, when this subject emphasizes emotional attachment or affiliation, it doesn't mean that our younger generation will be able to seize the opportunity and understand our country better. If that's the way we think about it, that would be wrong. What we need to do, or what we should be doing, is that our students should strengthen their understanding of our country, that is China, through different subjects. And if you want to seize the economic opportunity, then you should have stepped up our introduction to the economic development in China. And therefore, on this particular issue, I believe that the amendments moved by the two members, they are important amendments, including what Mr. K.K. Fung just said. He said that we should attach importance to people's opinion or public opinion, and I've already commented on that. That's why I'm not going to repeat that here. In simple terms, I just agree with the amendments moved by the two members.
Secretary for Education. Mr. President, now in relation to members who have spoken, let me respond to some of the key points. Some members think that the government has ignored public opinion when introducing the moral and national education subject. I do not agree. In fact, throughout the drafting of the curriculum guide on moral and national education, we have actively collected views from various sectors of the community, including the education sector. The consultation period on the curriculum guide started in early May 2011. Throughout the 4 months, views were collected from various sectors of the community, including the academic sector, on the philosophy and content of the curriculum, the implementation schedule, learning assessment, and other supporting measures. Throughout the 4-month consultation period, the ad hoc committee on moral and national education held 8 consultation forums with with the participation of over 1,500 people. And through various channels, including focus group meetings, territory-wide school questionnaires, and consultation activities organized by other organizations, email, faxes, and posts, the committee received views of and also about the 1,000 submissions from various sectors of the community. The Education Panel of the Legislative Council also held special meetings on the draft. A two-day public hearing was held with the attendance of over 60 individuals and deputations. After 9 meetings, the ad hoc committee had repeatedly deliberated on the details and made drastic amendments to the draft guide, which tantamounted to rewriting of the whole guide. For example, according to a survey, some 40 to 50% of the schools oppose the introduction of a subject in 2011-12. In fact, the discussion was like this. They think that the subject should not be introduced within just 1 year. And therefore, in the finalized guide, a period of 3 years is suggested. And for senior secondary levels, because of the new academic structure, it will start a year later, and that's the backdrop. And after I assumed office in July, on many occasions, I met with school sponsoring bodies, school principals, students, teachers, and other stakeholders to understand their views and concerns on the subject. In fact, between the 1st and the 15th of July, I met with student bodies on 5 occasions, including one open debate on a radio program. I think it is very important. And since May last year to the 8th of October this year, at different times the government has made considerable adjustments on different aspects of the subject. In fact, after the 1st of July, the teaching manual was published in a newspaper, and the committee was established on the 29th of July so as to try to collect as many views as possible in the community. And between the 8th of August and the 8th of October, we tried to explore different avenues for consultation. And having understood the situation, on the 8th of September, the government announced some major changes. The changes had come by after 6 meetings of the committee chaired by Ms. Anna Wu, and some recommendations were put forward on the 8th of September, and the government immediately accepted these recommendations. Some members suggested that the government should withdraw the moral and national education subject. The government is of the view that under the principle of professional autonomy, the government will not make it mandatory for school sponsoring bodies and schools to decide when to introduce a subject or how it should be initiated or implemented, and the government and the community should not and need not forbid or obstruct school sponsoring bodies and schools in deciding whether to introduce the subject. And in fact, according to the views and feedback from schools and such bodies, the mainstream view is that no withdrawal is necessary, so it is not necessary to withdraw the subject. Some members are still worried that the government will resort to different means to bulldoze through and introduce the M&E subject, and members should be reassured. The Education Bureau will try its best to implement the revised policy announced on the 8th of September this year, and the recommendation of shelving the curriculum guide. In other words, we will respect the professional autonomy of school sponsoring bodies and schools and allow them to make their own decisions based on their philosophy and the direction and the circumstances of individual schools and their professional judgments on how to deal with moral and national education. As for the shelved curriculum guide, the Education Bureau will not request schools to adopt the guide, nor will the Bureau use it as a basis for school inspection. The government will not further review or amend the guide, and schools can adopt the relevant teaching guide and the relevant materials as they professionally deem fit. The government will not make it mandatory for schools to follow the guide, nor will the government draft any official guide for moral and national education subject. Now, I want to emphasize that history education is an important component of the basic education in Hong Kong. Through a broad and balanced curriculum, we allow students to learn about history, and we also facilitate the development of independent thinking and analytical power so that students learn history's lessons, and we help students build identities as national and world citizens. We also cultivate values like democracy, freedom, and so as to maintain Hong Kong as an international city. After reunification, history education has been enhanced. Now, the 450 secondary schools territory-wide provide Chinese history as a subject for junior secondary students, which covers contemporary history as well. And school hours are on and the class hours exceed the average of other countries. So there has not been any change for the two history subjects as electives. The mainstream approach is that the history education is divided into Chinese history and world history, but based on the circumstances of individual schools, some may adopt a pluralistic approach. For example, the topics will be rearranged in chronological order and be taught as one subject, or the Chinese history topics will be reorganized and combined with Chinese culture and be taught under an integrated model. The new senior secondary academic structure, has also broken away from the pattern of arts and science classes, and the history subjects are not confined to art students. We will continue to improve the teaching of the two subjects of history, and we will review and update the curriculum of the two history subjects so that students can have a sense of the history, and the analytical power can also be developed. And I also want to point out that the civic education already includes common values like peace, love, justice, freedom, democracy, human rights, responsibility, and respect for others. All these elements are already included in the school's curriculum. And like I said in the opening address, it is a common goal for both the civic education and national education to cultivate the students' analytical power and the ability to make rational decisions. These two do not contradict each other. Students will be facilitated to think from multiple angles and to make rational, objective, and independent analysis and judgment. All these cultivation of values and abilities are essential to either national education or civic education. Just now, members have also commented on the point of assessment, and I'd also like to say something in this regard. Well, the tool was mentioned. It's called a PASO. In fact, it's developed by a professor in the Hong Kong Institute of Education and also the International Association for the Evaluation of Education Achievement. It is a very important study. It is an important reference for schools. However, schools are not encouraged to implement the tool as a compulsory tool, and it's up to school teachers to decide whether to use it or not. So there is no question of assessment leading to any consequence. The other point is that some are concerned that it will become a compulsory subject. And throughout the consultation process, I also understood this viewpoint, and there will not be any examination. And under the revised policy, schools can continue to implement civic education based on the needs of students and schools to cultivate the positive values and attitudes of students. Schools can still make use of the National Moral and National Education Support Grant of 530,000 disbursed to schools in August 2012. Well, some questioned what would happen to this sum. Yes, some school sponsoring bodies held the sum of money, but in fact we issued a circular on the 27th of September reminding schools, the bodies in the schools, that the sum of $530,000 can still be used on civic education, on moral and national education matters. And there is no need for any approval for the use of the sum. Now, lastly, I'd like to say that I am grateful for all the comments and criticisms on my handling of moral and national education subject. I listen humbly to all the views, and I'd like to thank members and myself and my colleagues will reflect upon the incident, and we will learn from experience so that in future, when we deal with sensitive and controversial issues, we will, as early as possible, extend our communication to non-education sector. No matter how good we think the proposed policies are, we cannot adopt we know the best attitude. The administration and its governance should be based on public opinion. Policies should be formulated based on the suitable circumstances. If circumstances are not appropriate or suitable, it might give the completely opposite result. So in resolving dispute and allowing disputes to continue and affect the smooth operation of schools, the government has chosen the former. In conclusion, now, to quote from the Committee on the Initiation of Moral and National Education, moral, national, and civic education is an important element of school education. Whole person development should include knowledge of one's country, recognition of the national identity, and therefore, students should receive moral, national, and civic education. I urge the community to respect the professional decisions of school sponsoring bodies and schools and have confidence in them so that they can enjoy some tranquility in helping students' whole person development. I'd also like to express my gratitude towards Ms. Anna Wu and also members of the Committee on the Initiation of MNE. I'd like to thank members once again for the valuable opinions on and views on the MNE. As the motion and the amendments are somewhat inconsistent with the truth, I urge members to vote against the motion.
The Chief Secretary for Administration, President, the Secretary for Education has spoken twice and has already responded in detail to the questions and views expressed by members on MNE. My speech would be to respond to the queries against the Secretary for Education with regard to the MNE handling and also to the criticism on the CE. I think these accusations do not reflect the facts and is unfair. They are unfair to the CE and the Secretary for who have worked very hard in listening to the views of the stakeholders and to resolve the dispute in the past 2 months. First of all, MNE has always been an important part of school education, and actually this has not been plucked from thin air. Actually, in October 2010, the last government has already proposed to have this as a subject in order to further nurture the moral and national qualities of students. The consultative draft of the curriculum guide was promulgated in May 2011, and there was a 4-month consultation period following it in order to gauge the views of the community. The final draft of the curriculum guide released in April this year had already taken on board the main views of the community, and there have been major revisions. The Education Bureau has already responded to the concerns of the education sector and has already released a series of support measures. All these have been included in the approved estimate for the year. I have quoted this background in brief in order to defend this term of government. I agree that each term of government should be able to gauge the different situations and also to have the courage to respond to public opinion. But then in order to be fair to the official who is responsible for the issue, we cannot just turn a blind eye to the procedure. Mr. Ng became the Secretary for Education on the 1st of July this year, and in the first 2 weeks he already knew that there were worries and misgivings in some quarters towards MNE. Mr. Eddie Ng showed the commitment of a principal official, and he explained the policy to the media, students, and parents. I think you still remember that with regard to the concern expressed by the public on the China Model Teacher's Manual, in the first instance, Mr. Eddie Ng pointed out in public that there were parts in the manual that were biased. In the past 2-3 months, through different channels, Mr. Eddie Ng wrote on the web, he attended seminars, he met with the media in order to publicly clarify the possible misunderstanding amongst the media sponsoring bodies, teachers, students, parents, and principals. And he also emphasized again that the teacher's manual that I mentioned was not part of the teaching material. He said time and again that we placed emphasis on universal values and that we would not only talk about the bright side and also steer clear of sensitive issues. We would not be brainwashing or be doing political indoctrination. It is said that there would be a multifarious kind of assessment. There would not be scores recorded. It would not affect a student's placement, and there would be no public exam. This is to take care of the public's misunderstanding. Together with me and other colleagues, Mr. Eddie Ng has been doing a lot in order to analyze the situation, in order to find solutions, including setting up the Committee on the Initiation of MNE subject chaired by Ms. Anna Wu, and also to provide the necessary support so that through this committee with wide participation, we could agree to disagree and also resolve and calm the dispute and also to allay the worries of the public with regard to the launch of this subject. Mr. Ng was also instrumental in formulating the revised policy released on the September 8th by the CE. Mr. Ng also issued a circular memorandum to cancel the original initiation period so as to revise the policy so that school sponsoring bodies and schools will be able to rely on their own principles and philosophy and how ready they are and also their professional judgment in order to tackle this MNE issue. And the Bureau also said that, in fact, on the basis of what they are already teaching, they can optimize MNE. This goes to show that Mr. Eddie Ng was willing to listen to views of the public and also to analyze the situation in order to improve the policy. Mr. Eddie Ng also acted in accordance with the proposal on the 8th of October by the Committee on the Initiation of MNE in order to formally shelve the curriculum guide, that the government will not request schools to adopt the guide and the EDB would not use it as the basis for school inspection, and the government will not provide any mandatory or official curriculum guide in respect of MNE subject. I hope members will understand that such arrangements represent the offer of the greatest goodwill on the part of the administration and also to create the conditions for communication in a rational way. Of course, we understand that there are diverse views towards this matter, and this has been borne out by members' speeches. At the same time, the administration has the responsibility to defend the autonomy of SSBs and schools in terms of teaching and learning. The controversy around MNE has been going on for many months, and it is unfortunate that it has evolved from an education issue into a social issue. It has driven a wedge in society, and there has been the dealing of a blow to society, and there have been a negative impact on the operation of schools and teaching. I have great feelings towards this because I have met with an SSB together with the CE, and I could actually see that teachers and principals have been very much bothered by this. And Mr. Edding has been under huge pressure, but he has been working with his civil servant colleagues in the Bureau to untie the knot. The entire government team, including the CE and myself, we have worked in a spirit of unity and mutual support in order to support the work of Mr. Eddie Ng. In this period, the CE has been concerned about the various views from different quarters on the launch of MNE. He has personally talked to SSBs, principals, and also parents to understand their views. And on that basis, he steered the overall strategy. On September 8th, the CE announced the amendment to the policy on MNE, and also on October the 8th, he accepted the view of the Committee on the Initiation of MNE to formally shelve the curriculum guide. Society generally welcomed the and also supported the work of the committee chaired by Ms. Anna Wu. As Ms. Anna Wu said on the 8th of October when she met the media, and I quote, she said that she would thank the CE for coming up with decisive guidance and definitive decisions at crucial junctures. And therefore, when Ms. Honorable Ip Kin-yuen said that the CE mishandled the incident, I believe that was not the fact. And Mr. K.K. Fung also made extremely scathing criticism on the CE in his amendment. I think that is totally unfounded. We can see from this incident that there is room for improvement on the way the administration consulted and communicated with the public. Hong Kong society now places more emphasis on openness, liberty, progress, and inclusiveness. When they have different views on the policies, and if they are opposed to such policies, I think we cannot avoid that. And in the face of these challenges, I think government officials have to have the ability to analyze the ever-evolving situations, resolve disputes, and to forge consensus. If you are blind to such political reality and likely require officials who commit mistakes to step down, I think that is not something society wants to see. As the CE said this morning, the accountability team did the right thing or the wrong thing in the past 3 months. We will continue to learn from mistakes and lessons in order to do a better job. The public have high expectations of government officials, especially principal officials. We would practice what we preach, be pragmatic and progressive, and work towards the welfare of the people and Hong Kong's overall interests in order to serve society and meet the aspirations of the public. I would ask members to oppose to the motion and all the amendments. Thank you.
Dr. Kenneth Chan, you may now move your amendment. President, I move to amend Mr. Ip Kin-yuen's amendment. Mr. Ip Kin-yuen's motion. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Dr. Kenneth Chan to Mr. Ip Kin-yuen's motion be passed. I now put a question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. Ms. Emily Lau claims her division. The bell will ring for 5 minutes.
開始表決。
Voting starts now. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is closed. The results are displayed. Those from the FC, 34 present, 9 for, 25 against, no abstention. Those from the GC, 34 present, 17 for, 15 against, 1 abstention. I think the question is not agreed by majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negatived. Mr. Andrew Leung. President, I move that in the event of further divisions being claimed at this meeting in respect of the withdrawal of the curriculum guide on MNE and the stepping down by Mr. Leung, the Bureau Secretary, this Council shall proceed forthwith to the division after the division bell has been rung for 1 minute. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Mr. Andrew Leung be passed. Does any member wish to speak? I now put a question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. I order that in the event of further divisions being claimed at this meeting in respect of the motion on MNE and the stepping down of Mr. Leung, this Council shall proceed forthwith to the division after the bell has been rung for 1 minute. Mr. Frederick Fung, you may now move your amendment. President, I move that Mr. Ip Kin-yuen's motion be amended. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Mr. Frederick Fung to Mr. Ip Kin-yuen's motion be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. Mr. KK Fung claims a division. The bell will be rung for 1 minute. Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is closed and the results will be displayed. The result is those from the FC, 34 present, 9 for, 25 against, no abstention. Those from the GC, 34 present, 17 for, 16 against, no abstention. The question is not agreed by majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negatived. I now call upon Mr. Kwok Ip Kin-yuen to speak in response, and after his speech, the debate will come to an end. Mr. Ip Kin-yuen. President, after listening to the remarks by the Secretary, I was disappointed. He spent 14 minutes to explain the details of the policy. He was trying to defend himself, and he only spent less than a minute to indicate that he would be reflecting on them himself, which were very empty remarks. I think the issue is very clear. It's about rebuilding the trust between the government and the society. The Secretary explained his ideology, and it's a very good time for him to re-establish or rebuild the trust between the government and the civic society. I think he has missed this golden opportunity once and again. And Ms. Anna Wu and the others have worked very hard, and they have made the efforts to rebuild the trust between the government and the community, and how we can have a positive interaction in order to ensure that such policy debates could be put on the right track. And therefore here, I am grateful to members. Well, time's up for you. I'd like to thank those who have supported me. I now put a question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Mr. Ip Kin-yuen be passed. And I now put a question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Will those against please raise their hands? Mr. Ip claims a division. The bell will be rung for 1 minute.
開始表決。
Voting begins.
請各位議員核對所作。
Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is closed. The results are displayed. Those from the AFC, 34 present, 9 for, 25 against, no abstention. Those from the GC, 34 present, 17 for, 15 against, 1 abstention. The question is not agreed by majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion negatived. Members, I think we would not be able to finish our business before 12 midnight tonight. There are 2 outstanding items to be dealt with during the meeting, and therefore I would be suspending the meeting by around 10 p.m. tonight, as you have received in a circular, and will be resuming at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow.
Third members' motion.